Hey now, ladies and gentlemen. Hey now, hey now, hey now, hey now, and hey now. Welcome to a brand new edition of The Line, Monday edition. And I know exactly what you guys are expecting. So let's go ahead and address the elephant in the room. No pun intended. Congratulations to Alabama. Feels weird saying that. I don't really like it. But I would say it was a good game, but it was miserable for me. I'm going to be honest. I did not have fun. I mean, there was maybe out of the entire 60 minutes, I may have had fun for about seven minutes or so. But did not enjoy that whatsoever. Even with, the past now 2 out of 4 games going to Tennessee, we're just essentially swapping back and forth. Whoever's got home field advantage is winning. It still doesn't make it any easier. Just sucks. And I almost posted on social media, like, why are all y'all coming at me? I don't even like football. I was going to pretend like I didn't even watch the game. Did I just quit liking football? But I didn't say anything. I didn't check my Facebook. I'm sure it's full of stuff, people harassing me and everything else. But it is what it is, man. It is what it is. But those of you that are Bammers, congratulations, I suppose. Good. I'm glad for you. I'll be honest. I cut the game off halfway through the fourth quarter. As soon as people started smoking their cigars, I was like, I can't watch this. I used to not be like that. I used to watch it all the way through, even when we lost, which was a lot. But I had to cut it off. I was like, this is making me sick. But it's okay. I'm over it. Everything's fine, and now we just got to, went out and see what happens. I've got to, I would never in the past, I would feel like football season was ruined in the past when we'd lose a game such as this one, in particular this one. But I'm trying to get where by Monday, everything's fine, we'll move on, and everything else. And I know people probably thought I wasn't going to do this because I mentioned to Damien bringing him in on Monday after this game. You think that I wouldn't do it, but I actually am going to do it if he shows up. I told Damien if he wants to come in studio at 11:15, we'll discuss it and see what he has to say about it. Maybe he'll make me feel better. I doubt he will, but maybe he will. Also, I think Tony Gupp may drop by the studio at some point. By the way, we're at the podcast studios today. So for those of y'all watching, welcome. If you're watching and you don't normally listen to 99.5, I encourage you to download the app on your phone or go to talk995.com and listen to the shows every day because I think you're gonna like them. Orlando filling in for Carrie today. We'll be back to normal tomorrow, and Carrie will be back swapped around. All that was spurred by Talladega weekend. I didn't even keep up with any of that. I don't even know who won the race. I didn't watch any of it. But Steve West, obviously a Talladega guy, he's the voice of the track. He had to be out Friday and today, and he'll be back tomorrow. And again, everything back to normal. Let's look at the beloved text line for the Hey Now roll call. And we've got Early Birds, Trucker Bobby, we got Morgan, we got Jay Schaefer, we got Peyton, who says, hey now, looks like that cigar is going to collect some dust. You know what I did one year? I actually, I think it was 2 years ago, it was 23, Alabama won, and the next day, I took a picture of myself smoking the cigar while watching the ending of the 2022 Alabama-Tennessee game where we first broke the streak. I was like, it's okay. I'll feel better about it. But I didn't smoke this one. I'm just going to throw this one away. I'm not even going to do it. I don't even like cigars anyway, so it's whatever. Let's see. Bo coming in a little bit early. Who else? I think that's it, which means numero uno today on the text line is none other than Mark. Welcome. Mark, congratulations, buddy. I don't know what mark it is because I think we got 20 marks, but hey, Mark, send in your song and we'll get you hooked up on that first bumper song. Number 2 is Mike from Canada. Congratulations, Mike. You send in a song as well. Look, I'm remembering the rules. So Mark gets to pick the first song. Mike from Canada gets to pick the second. Then you got Craig at number 3. Bree at 4. Then you got Shane Leslie, who says she's a Sadville. Rodney, Maggie, hell yeah, Ricky. We got Kenny, Grumpy Old Goat. Ron and Charlotte. We got Tony, Adam, Hippie. Kevin. We got Heath and Carrie. And Alex, and another Alex who says, fire, you freeze. We got Cody, Alex, and Leon from Diamond Golf Carts. Let's go. Leon, Caleb said, I tried to tell you the Bambers wanted to beat y'all like you owed the money. Jeff, Rhonda, Chris, Justin, the Chicken Lady, Neil, Michael. Justin says the guy from Limp Bizkit died. Yeah, their bass guitar player died. I tried to look into that to see exactly what happened, but I couldn't really find any details on that. I don't know if he had some sort of illness or if he was sick. They just wrapped up their tour. They've been touring like crazy, so I don't know. I'll have to look into that. I don't know what happened there, but I was distracted over the weekend, so maybe I didn't look into it hard enough. A lot of stuff to get to today, as you probably know. There was what some would say is a violation of the ceasefire and the peace agreement in the Middle East between Hamas and Israel. And there's a lot of questions when it comes to who violated what, because I'm hearing two conflicting stories, which I don't know which one's true, but I'll give them both to you and let you make your own conclusion. We've got more boats getting blown up off the coast, full of drugs. What else? No Kings protest. Big No Kings protest over the weekend, which I'm sure was exciting for anybody that attended that. There was one in Birmingham, and I don't know how that went. It was at Railroad Park or at least from what I understood, it was at Railroad Park from 10 to 12 on Saturday. I bet AL.com's probably got some pictures from that. I'll see if I can pull that up. But that was that was exciting, I'm sure. There's a lot to talk about there. What else? What else we got? We've got immigration stuff. We got bounties on the head of ICE agents. We've got the FBI launching an investigation after the Secret Service finds a hunting stand, like a tree stand, in near Mar-a-Lago, where Trump departs Air Force One yet again, just like the Ryan Routh guy. Gotta figure that out. Gotta get to the bottom of that. We got that and a lot more coming up on the show. 205-545-9950 if you want to get in. That's the way to do it. 545-9950. We'll go ahead and hit this first break. Come back on the other side and get this thing rolling. Y'all hang tight. right, here we go. The Line Talk 99.5. That's your first song pick of the day. Billy Strings. I like the diversity, man. I do. There's some of y'all that are picking stuff that's basically on our playlist already, which I'm okay with that. But we like to switch it up, so we appreciate y'all. People in the text line are telling me that, well, I'm actually seeing it on Facebook as well. Some people are saying fire Hugh Freeze, and then other people are saying give Hugh Freeze another chance. And, you know, when it comes to Auburn, and we'll talk to Damien about it, I don't know, man. College football is so different than it was back when firing a coach was a lot bigger deal. Like, it was a big deal, and Tennessee obviously went through it from whatever it was, 2009, 2008? Was it? I think it was the end of 2008 we fired Fulmer. Brought in Lane Kiffin. He stayed for a year. We didn't fire him, but he quit. And then we went through Derek Dooley and Butch Jones and Jeremy Pruitt and I don't even know who all else. 10 years, over 10 years of misery. So back then, you know, it would suck because you were pretty much damning your program for 10 years. But, you know, it's different now, I guess. Well, I don't know. I don't know if you should fire him or not. He seems like an all right guy. He's barely losing these games, but you've been there for a minute, so you got to figure out how to start winning. Because in this day and age of college football, as we've discussed in the past, I mean, you've got a more of a level playing field now than you ever have. The top two SEC teams, obviously, Alabama and Georgia. Really good. Vanderbilt looks good. You know, they've only lost. Vanderbilt just beat LSU. You know, you got to kind of ask yourself, you know, you don't know. You don't know who's good and who's not. But if Hugh Freeze can't win those games, at least one of them, then people are going to start chirping. And when people start chirping, coaches get to stepping. Just like in Florida. Florida's coach got fired over the weekend. I mean, where's he going to end up? Is he going to go to North Carolina, Nebraska? He's going to go to UAB. Maybe he ends up at Publix. We don't know. He could go anywhere. But it's crazy. Again, this ain't like this ain't the football that we're used to. Still fun to watch, and it may be. Listen, we may get here in a couple of years, get used to this, and be like, hey, I kind of like it this way. You never know what's going to happen on any given Saturday, but it's also very stressful. It's very stressful. Mike says if they give him more time, it will only be because he beat Bama 2 years in a row. That's one thing you have to do at Auburn. You got to beat Alabama, no matter how good they are. You got to beat Alabama, especially if you're playing at Jordan Hare where miracles happen. I don't know. Best of luck to the Aubies. I try to give them encouragement because they're so bad, or seemingly bad, but, you know, sometimes you just got to do what you got to do. All right, so let's start off in the Middle East. So there was a breach in the ceasefire over the weekend, which was allegedly a violation by Hamas, which then caused Israel to respond with precision strikes, a lot of them, and caused them to block aid going into Gaza, which is a problem when it comes to this whole ceasefire deal. It says that despite the ceasefire that began on the 13th, Hamas carried out a deadly assault in Rafah, southern Gaza, launching an anti-tank missile and sniper fire at IDF troops. The unprovoked attack killed 2 Israeli soldiers and wounded 3 others, shattering the fragile truce and forcing Israel to act in defense of its people. The Israel Defense Forces responded with strength and precision, conducting over 120 targeted airstrikes on Hamas infrastructure and military positions across the Gaza Strip. Israeli intelligence identified and struck rocket launch sites, weapons storage facilities, and command posts used by Hamas to orchestrate the attacks against civilians and soldiers alike. These were not random bombings. They were deliberate measures to neutralize an enemy that openly rejects coexistence and thrives on violence, it says. Predictably, Hamas and its supporters rushed to deny responsibility, accused Israel of breaking the ceasefire first. Yet the facts are what they've given us. Hamas initiated the aggression by targeting IDF soldiers, not the other way around. And, I mean, whether that's the truth or not, I mean, it would kind of make sense based on history and how these people behave. This is consistent, as they say, with their long history of using ceasefires as a cover to rearm, regroup, and launch further attacks. For Hamas, a ceasefire is never a commitment to peace. It's a temporary tactic to buy time until the next round of terror. Reports indicate that at least 23 Palestinians were killed in the retaliatory strikes, some of them civilians. This falls on Hamas, as they say. They embed their fighters' weapons in tunnels in densely populated neighborhoods and deliberately using innocent Palestinians as human shields. Again, this is what we're used to seeing from Hamas. But it felt, I mean, for me, it felt like this ceasefire was different. Felt like there was actually some meat to this one, although we didn't know what would actually happen. And it seemed as if, you know, even the people of Gaza, even the Palestinians felt confident enough in this peace deal that they started making their way back to the cities. They started going back to their homes to pick up the pieces because they knew aid was going to be there and everything else. But something happened. And we don't really know what it was because we're getting conflicting stories. One of which is what I just told you about, was that Hamas attacked IDF soldiers that were stationed there as part of the ceasefire. The other story is that, and this is according to sources, so you got to take this stuff with a grain of salt because I have no idea not only whether this is true or who the source even is. But they said soon after the explosion, this is Ryan Grimm, I'm told by a source familiar, the White House and Pentagon knew that the incident was caused by an Israeli settler bulldozer running over unexploded ordnance, contradicting Netanyahu's claim that Hamas had popped up from tunnels. After Netanyahu said he was blocking all aid from entering Gaza in response and unleashed a bombing campaign, the administration conveyed to Israel that they know what happened. Netanyahu then announced he would reopen the crossings in a few hours. So allegedly, according to this, that what happened in the initial breach of the ceasefire was strictly an accident. That an accident had happened and there was a landmine or whatever that some IDF soldiers had ran over, which unfortunately, according to those reports, cost the life of 2 Israeli soldiers. But the story coming from Israel, from the Israeli government, was that it was an attack by Hamas, that they popped up out of a tunnel and started shooting at IDF soldiers. This story says that the Trump administration knew exactly what happened and that they ultimately decided that they would tell Israel and say, we know that was an accident, whatever, don't be holding back the goods and the humanitarian aid from Hamas. And part of it's probably because of an attempt to maintain the ceasefire, because that's what the Trump administration is concerned with the most, is making sure the ceasefire stays in place. So, again, I don't know one way or another how that played out, but hopefully after this, now that humanitarian aid's going back into Gaza, this can ultimately be water under the bridge. Let's start over again, and let's keep this thing going, because this is a solid peace deal. We'll see if it remains coming up. Quick break. More of The Line coming up right after this. Y'all hang tight. Okay, I like this one. I like it. You got some deep songs today. It's good, though. I like it. I don't even think I've listened to Linkin Park for a long time. I don't think I've ever even heard that song. That's a good one. So thank you, Mark and Mike. I think that's who we had for our first two deals. Maybe it's because it's so cold outside. It's freaking freezing this morning. I woke up, and of course, I didn't turn the heat on. I go out and look at the thermostat, and it's like 55 degrees in the house. I'm like, good Lord. So then I turn the heat on, and you get that first heat where the dust on the deal's burning off, and everybody comes running out of the room. They're like, something's on fire. No. Nothing's on fire. We just turned the heat on for the first time this year. So on the weather, it's going to be, I guess we're in that part of the year where it's like warm during the day and cold in the morning. I guess 45 this morning. Low tomorrow, 50. Low tomorrow, Wednesday, 48. Thursday, 44. And then it starts to go up from there. And by the time we get to next week, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, well, at least through from Sunday to Tuesday, we're going to be back up towards the 60s. And we're also going to have rain on top of that. Nothing is worse than when it's cold and it's raining. I absolutely hate that. When it rains while it's cold, kills me. Absolutely kills me. Alabama Men's Clinic, bringing you this portion of the show. AlabamaMen'sClinic.com. I tell you about them all the time for good reason, because you men need to take care of your health, men's health, such as Peyronie's disease, erectile dysfunction, weight loss, all these different things that haunt men as they get older. You can get that stuff fixed at Alabama Men's Clinic. Today, they got a couple appointments open, 2 o'clock, 2 p.m. and 3 p.m., if you want to book an appointment, they're more than happy to see you. There's also a way to do a low T quiz on the website to just do a quick check to see if you may be a good candidate to make an appointment and stop by. These guys do a phenomenal job. They let you know what your testosterone level is before you leave. They come up with treatment plans and everything else to make sure you can get your life back on track. This is very important. So, go to AlabamaMen'sClinic.com. AlabamaMen'sClinic.com. The phone number, 205-598-7000. 205-598-7000. You'll hook it up. Make sure you tell them Major McClain sent you. And you'll be a happy camper if you do that. Also, with the cold weather, like my throat's dry, my skin's dry. I don't like it. I don't like it. I wanted the cold weather to be here when it was hot, and now I'm like, can we just go back? Oh, so that's the reason I hadn't heard that Linkin Park song before. That's the new Linkin Park, I guess, with the new chick singer that replaced Chester, I guess, or whoever. I have to check out some of their music. I hadn't listened to. I always listen to the old stuff. I hadn't heard any of the new stuff. So we'll see. I'll give you my full review tomorrow. Let's keep it international for a moment. Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, dealing with, he's kind of known as the Middle East envoy, the Middle East negotiator, but he's also dealing with Russia and Ukraine. Obviously, Trump taking the lead on that with an upcoming meeting with Putin and just meeting with Zelensky on Friday. He's dealing with that situation as well, and he essentially told Vladimir Zelensky that he's going to have to surrender part of the Donetsk region in Ukraine that he still holds in order to achieve peace. Now, that region of Ukraine is kind of the last. They called it something. They called it the stronghold. I can't remember the term they used, but it's kind of the last stronghold that's in the way for Russia in order to get to Kiev. They called it a fortress belt. That's what they called it. Kiev still holds about a quarter of the Donetsk region, or the Donetsk province. The land makes up part of the so-called fortress belt, a string of heavily defended towns that blocks Russia from making rapid westward advances towards the capital. In a meeting in the Oval Office, Mr. Witkoff, whose official title is Special Envoy to the Middle East, noted that most of the population in the Donetsk region grew up speaking Russian, according to two senior officials familiar with the conversation, told the Washington Post. So that puts you in a position, because where we were, or in the lead up to Zelensky coming to the White House, they were discussing giving Zelensky and giving Ukraine these Tomahawk missiles. And then before Zelensky could get there, Vladimir Putin calls and starts talking about, well, maybe we do want to make peace and everything else. And then Trump's like, well, maybe we don't need to do the Tomahawks if we're this close to a peace deal. Now, part of it may be Putin and Russia just buying time and trying to prevent the Tomahawks from going to Ukraine. But if Vladimir Putin put something out there outside of just a meeting, which is probably all it is, and tried to convince Trump, I'll do X, Y, and Z if you don't send him Tomahawks, and doesn't do it, well, then Trump's probably going to send him Tomahawks. But he doesn't want to do that. He made that clear last week in that Oval Office meeting. He says, I want to end this war without doing that. And, of course, Zelensky wants it bad, because Zelensky does not want to give up any of Ukraine. I'm with Steve Witkoff. I think you're going to end up having to give away part of Ukraine, and that is the parts of Ukraine that are already pro-Russian, that are Russian-speaking regions that are going to be fine with being part of Russia for the most part. Obviously, there's people in there that probably don't, but that's the one way to end this war. And I don't know that Vladimir Zelensky completely understands that yet. I think he thinks that there's going to be a peace deal that results in everything going back to what it looked like 2 and 3 years ago. I've said from the very beginning that is not going to be the case. It's not going to be the case. And so here we go. We'll see how the meeting with Vladimir Putin goes. And once Donald Trump accomplishes a peace deal, and I firmly believe he will, between Russia and Ukraine, does the narrative continue to stay that, Donald Trump said he was going to end the war day one, and he didn't do it? This would probably be, even though the Middle East deal seems like a big deal, and it's not, it's on rocky ground as of now, but Ukraine-Russia may be his biggest one to date if he brings it into that, because of the hurdles and the complications that were involved in it. I think we'll see it sooner than later, because it's something Donald Trump is passionate about. And I don't know if you'll notice, but if Donald Trump's passionate about something, he's not going to let it go.
Trump is speaking at the White House.
Trump is actually speaking at the White House right now. Speaking of, let's see if we can. Do we have a feed on that, Orlando? If we do, let's go to the White House.
Security policy and former deputy.
Let's see. If I think what we'll do, Orlando,
Steve, of course,
we can back out of that because we don't have. Looks like we don't have an audio feed, but I can actually. I'll get that to you. I'll email you a feed for that, and then actually, I'll tell you what. We'll carry it on this side. I don't know why I don't just do that. Give me 1 second, and I'll pull us up a feed of Donald Trump live at the White House, because I forget I got all this technology over here. Let's see if we can. All right, so we got Donald Trump speaking now. Let's go. I'm gonna Orlando, if you would.
Just moved it up here special from the vaults.
Orlando, if you would, just pull that down. I'm gonna handle it on this end. Here we go.
I believe, but these are the problems in life. So we're going to be here to talk about lots of different things, and we might take a few questions before, but we are discussing critical minerals and rare earths, and we're going to be signing an agreement that's been negotiated over a period of 4 or 5 months. and it was sort of good timing that we got it done.
So
just
do we
right
have
after the visit.
do we have any audio on that end, Orlando?
Minerals and lots of other things.
Yes, I got it up now.
Yep,
Okay.
we've been working on that for quite a while. In about a year from now, we'll have so much critical mineral and rare earths that you won't know what to
Now I'm carrying off Fox I dumped out of yours.
Okay, you got me on
working
cue.
with those
Yes.
Okay.
other countries. They're working
So
with us
I've got
too.
when I was playing it just now.
But
Where,
other
did you
countries
hear it?
also on that?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
And,
So
anything
let's.
having to do with military protection,
Hold on one
military ships, vehicles, guns, ammunition, everything, the whole thing. We've been long-term.
So let's swap it over to my
long-time
feed real
allies,
quick.
And
You can pull yours down. I'll pull mine up.
Okay, go for it.
wars together. And it's a great honor to have you as my friend. It's a great honor to have you in the United States of America. Please, would you like to say something?
Well, thank you so much, Mr. President, for the invitation here to the White House and for showing us around the improved Oval Office and for what you're doing around here as well, and for the great honour as well of my delegation staying just across the road. We could have walked, but they didn't let us. We drove all of 20 metres there from Blair House, but it's a great honour to be able to stay there. We are great friends and we're great allies, and this is a relationship that's been forged in the battlefields of the world. We have stood side by side for freedom and democracy, and congratulations, I must say, Mr. President, on the work that you've done with the Middle East. It's an extraordinary achievement. And on defence, we've already had a discussion about taking it to the next level. Our defence and security partnership with AUKUS is so important for us, and I thank you for the support that the administration are giving as well. You've had the Chief of the Navy here as well, which will play obviously a very critical role with the subs and increasing the security for the region and the world. And our economic relationship is so important. The US has a trade surplus with Australia, as you know, and we can continue to take what is every opportunity to improve the relationship even further and make it even stronger. And today's agreement on critical minerals and rare earths is just taking it to the next level, seizing those opportunities which are before us to take our relationship to that next level. And it's been fantastic, the contact that we've had together, the friendship that we've developed. And Australians love America, and I think Americans kind of like Australia too.
Sure, we do.
And as we go forward, I think that today will be seen as a really significant day in our relationship. So I thank you very much, Mr. President.
Well, thank you very much, Anthony. It's an honor to sign this, and we'll do it now. And then we'll take some questions. Some good ones, I think.
All right, so here's what we'll do. We'll back out of this real quick so we can take our break, and we'll come back on the other side and get the question portion of this with Donald Trump, with the Australian Prime Minister. We'll see what they got to bring to the table. Quick break, back after this. Y'all hang tight. All right, here we go. Back at it. Watching Donald Trump live from the White House with the Australian Prime Minister. Let's go back live to that.
The August Defence Pact that the Prime Minister is a critical issue for Australia.
Yes.
You haven't really spoken much about it publicly. It was a deal that was done under Joe Biden to sell submarines to Australia at a time when you're not really making enough for your own needs. So can you tell us, have you gotten across the details of the deal? Do you support it? And
It was made a while ago, and nobody did anything about it, and it was going too slowly. We do actually have a lot of submarines. We have the best submarines in the world, anywhere in the world, and we're building a few more currently under construction. And now we're starting, we have it all set. With Anthony, we've worked on this long and hard, and we're starting that process right now, and I think it's really moving along very rapidly, very well.
But if the rate of submarine production doesn't continue, how can you guarantee Australia will get involved?
It's getting, oh no, they're getting.
At least 32 people have been killed in those.
Excuse me, you're next.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
China's bad behavior has really only gotten worse.
Countries do. I mean, I can say the European Union took advantage, but not anymore. We worked out a very fair trade deal. Japan, we worked out a very fair deal. South Korea, where I'll be meeting President Xi, we worked out a very fair deal, and I expect we'll probably work out a very fair deal with President Xi of China. So most of you will be with us. It's going to be very exciting, and I think we're going to work out something that's good for both countries.
Are you at least interested in expediting the nuclear-powered subs to Australia?
Well, we are doing that, yeah. We're doing that. We have them moving very, very quickly.
Mr.
President, I don't think you've ever been to Australia. Have you thought about coming to Australia and trying out some of the golf courses?
I would into Australia, and I did play one of your great golf courses. They have great golf courses there. But I have been to Australia, actually.
Would you come again?
Oh, I would. In fact, I've been invited to go, and
Indeed.
I'll have to give it serious consideration. No, it's a real possibility.
Did the Prime Minister invite you today?
He did.
And perhaps we could time it, must be said, with the President's Cup that Australia hosts as well.
When is the President's Cup?
We'll organise it at a time soon, Mr. President.
Please, in the back, please. Yeah, in the back, please.
Yeah, Mr. President, the Prime Minister mentioned that there's a trade imbalance that's very heavily in America's favour. Why does America slap such heavy tariffs on a friend and ally?
Well, we don't,
Australia?
yeah. Well, we do in some cases. We do in many cases because we've been treated unfairly. But actually, the tariffs are very light. The one thing is you buy a lot of airplanes, so that helps because you buy a lot of the beautiful Boeings, the best of the Boeings. Boeing, and by the way, Boeing is really doing well. They have lots of orders, and they're really doing a great job. They make a great plane. But Australia, because of its location, which is great, but one of the things dictated by that location is you have to order a lot of airplanes. So I guess we have that advantage. They need a lot of airplanes in Australia, and that gives us a little bit of an
Mr. President, yeah, your Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, in his Shangri-La speech in, I think it was May, warned about the potential likelihood or threat of President Xi ordering an invasion of Taiwan. 2027 is also the year that Fleet Base West is supposed to start rotating those US and UK submarines. Do you see AUKUS as a deterrent for China in the Indo-Pacific?
Yeah, I do. I think it is, but I don't think we're going to need it. I think we'll be just fine with China. China doesn't want to do that. First of all, the United States is the strongest military power in the world by far. It's not even close. Not even close. We have the best equipment. We have the best of everything, and nobody's going to mess with that. And I don't see that at all with President Xi. I think we're going to get along very well as as it pertains to Taiwan and others. Now, that doesn't mean it's not the apple of his eye, because probably it is, but I don't see anything happening. We have a very good trade relationship. We're going to have a very good, I think, when we leave South Korea, could be wrong, but I think we'll end up with a very strong trade deal. Both of us will be happy. I don't see that happening, no.
Given the trade surplus that the US enjoys with Australia, would you consider lifting the tariffs that you've imposed on Australia? And can you give us any details about the critical?
Yeah, well, the tariffs have been amazing because, tariffs have been really a reason that I was able to settle almost all of the, I've settled 8 wars in 8 months. Not bad. I have one more to go. It's Russia, Ukraine, and I think we'll get there, but it's turned out to be nasty because you have 2 leaders that truly hate each other, You can't have it all, right? They hate each other beyond all else, and it makes it actually a little bit difficult. But we try, of the 8 deals, I would say because of tariffs, 4 or 5 of them were settled. It's an amazing thing.
So there he is talking about how much of a problem that Russia, Ukraine has been, and almost alluding to that the ability to levy tariffs against Russia and Ukraine hasn't been an option for him. Not only that, but also the fact that those 2 countries hate each other with a passion. So, pretty interesting stuff. We'll get back to it when we get back on the other side. 205-545-9950. Back after this. Hey now, ladies and gentlemen. Hey now. Hey now. Hey now. Hey now. Hey now. Hey now. And a hey now. And a hey now. Welcome to hour number 2 of the line. Talk 99.5. Talk 99.5.com. AndrewMcLeanWho.com. Broadcasting live from the podcast studio today. And what caused me to do this is because my lovely bride is going out of town, and I've got car limitations. I'm car handicapped today, so it was better for me to just do this from home. But I'll be back in studio tomorrow, no problemo whatsoever. If you want to get in, 205-545-9950. Because we're at the podcast studio, we're live on the social media platforms. As a matter of fact, I need to share this to the Talk 99.5 page. How could I forget? I've got it on my own page, but I need to put it on the 99.5 page. Oh, and I went to, by the way, I go to, I went to the 99.5. You know how I got to log in to, like, in order to share something on another page that you own or that you're a part of, you have to log into that page, right? So I logged in from my Facebook to the Talk 99.5 Facebook page, and the first post in the 99.5 page's news feed is my picture of my cigar that I posted Saturday. Everybody just hammered me for that. Like, I'm not allowed to buy a cigar before the Tennessee-Alabama game. I got worn out, cuzzo. Take it easy on a brother. Take it easy on me. Let's see. What else on the text line? Let's see. Jake texted in. He said, I haven't heard anything about the shooting in Pinson Saturday night. And that's actually, I found out about that Saturday morning. And it was, let me see if I can, I want to see if I can retweet this real quick. There we go. Got it on the 99.5 pages. So I don't have a lot of information on that, but I'll tell you what I got. So my kid, who is, you know, from that general area, or has a lot of friends in that area, told me that is, I think he called it the pit, where a lot of kids, and he's never been down there, but a lot of people he knows, friends or friend siblings or whatever, go down there and hang out, and they have bonfires, and that they were all hanging out per usual, and then gunshots rang out. The story, and this is not the official story, okay, this is just what Andrew McLean heard in the rumor mill, was that the individual that fired the shots was getting jumped on by multiple people. And in order to retaliate, he pulled out his weapon and started firing. And from what it sounds like, because I don't know, but on the outside looking in, it looks like some innocent bystanders were hit and even lost their lives. So tragic, because these are young kids. These are kids that are in high school and a little older. It shouldn't be happening, especially in a place like that where there's not, you know, it's not a high crime area or anything. It's just, it's very tragic. But that story will unfold, and we'll get the details on that, and I'll actually relay them to you, because there's a lot of people that I know that are in fact affected by that. Let's go back to live at the White House with Donald Trump speaking live. And with the Australian Prime Minister.
Use that power of tariffs and the power of trade to settle 5 of the 8 wars that I said. I settled 8. I'm very proud of that. Nobody else has settled 1. I don't think there's been an American president that settled 1. I think there probably hasn't been, outside of the 2 countries involved, or however many are at war. I don't think there's ever been an outside country that settled a war, period. So in 8 months, I'm proud of that. Now, in the meantime, I'm running a country that's, right now, we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We were dead. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country in the world, economically and otherwise. So, but I will say this, Australia pays very low tariffs, Very, very low tariffs. In fact, Australia pays among the lowest tariffs. Please, go ahead.
Mr. President, there's been concern in Australia that it's taken 9 months to get this meeting. Have you had any concerns with this administration, with its stance on Palestine, climate change, or even things the ambassador said about you in the past, the Australian ambassador?
I don't know anything about him. I mean, if he said bad, then maybe he'll like to apologize. I really don't know. Did an ambassador say something bad about him? Don't tell me. I don't know. Where is he? Is he still working for you?
Yeah.
You said bad?
Before I took this position, Mr. President.
I don't, and I probably never will. Go ahead. No, you went. Go ahead. Behind you, President.
Mr. President, your Secretary of the Navy said there will be some clarifications around some ambiguities on AUKUS. Can you tell us?
Well, he'll get that taken care of. These are just minor details that he'll take care of. John, you're going to get that taken care of, right? There shouldn't be any more clarifications because we're just going now full steam ahead building. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are you now satisfied with Australia's defence investment, or do you want Australia to invest more in defence?
Well, I'd always like more, but they have to do what they have to do. You know, you can only do so much. I think they've been great. They're building magnificent holding pads for the submarines. It's going to be expensive too, you know. The level of complexity, right, and how expensive it is. They're building tremendous docking because they have a lot of ships and a lot of things happening. And I think strong, very, very strong. Over here, please.
Mr. President, on the war that you haven't solved yet, the Ukraine-Russia situation, have you now locked in a meeting? And can you explain, just a few weeks ago at UNGA, you said that Ukraine could possibly win the war and
well, they could.
Territory, but now
they could still win it. I don't think they will, but they could still win it. I never said they would win it. I said they could win. Anything can happen. You know, war is a very strange thing. A lot of bad things happen, a lot of good things happen. If you look at the Middle East, I would say prior to us hitting Iran so hard, we could have never made that deal because you would have had a dark cloud over the Middle East when we took out their nuclear capability, which was one of the great military maneuvers of all time. It was flawless. You saw that. Yeah. Those magnificent B-2s. I mean, that was a flawless move that was done by some very talented people headed up and everybody else and our great generals and General in particular, Raisin Kane. We did a great job. And when that happened, everything was different, and we were able to get a deal. If we didn't do that, if it wasn't, you know, they wanted to do that for 22 years, Mr. Prime Minister. For 22 years, I had the pilots here, the B-2 pilots, and they came to the Oval Office, and I thought they deserved it. They flew 37 hours back and forth. We had 52 tankers up there. We had a lot of planes up there with them, but they were the primary plane. But we had a lot of planes, F-22s and F-35s and F-6. We had a lot of planes. But we had 52 tankers, can you believe that? And it was just like a flawless mission. And when it was finished, the Middle East just opened up, amazing. And they've wanted to do it for 22 years. The pilots came up to me, they said, you know, for 22 years we practiced this maneuver. 3 times a year for 22 years, our predecessors and us. These are now young pilots, you know, but they're older now, predecessors practiced it. And they said, we never had a president that would let us do it, but I let him do it, and it totally opened up the Middle East. It took the cloud over the, you know, we had a dark cloud over the Middle East, and now it's all, I mean, we have a little situation relatively with Hamas, and that will be taken care of very quickly if they don't straighten it out themselves, because they're in violation of their agreement.
On rare earth minerals, Australia is one of the only places in the world that processes rare earth minerals. Yeah. Could there be an agreement? China has 90% of the processing. Could there be an agreement over processing rare earth minerals with Australia?
Sure, yeah. That's what we're doing. It's part of.
Part of the agreement.
Can you say with
go ahead, please.
Sorry.
Yeah.
On a follow-up on Taiwan, there are reports that you will come up, or China is pressuring you to not support independence for Taiwan in exchange for a trade deal.
Well, I'm not going to talk about that. What I'll talk about.
You just alluded to the violence in
You know, we have 59 countries that agreed to the deal. We have a peace in the Middle East for the first time ever. We made a deal with Hamas that, you know, they're going to be very good, they're going to behave, they're going to be nice, and if they're not, we're going to go and we're going to eradicate them if we have to. They'll be eradicated, and they know that. So they went in, and I don't believe it was the leadership, but they had some among themselves, and they killed some people, you know, a lot of people. But this is a violent group. You know, you probably noticed over the last 100 years, this is a very violent group of people, and very rambunctious, and they did things that they shouldn't be doing. And if they keep doing it, then we're going to go in and straighten it out, and it'll happen very quickly and pretty violently, unfortunately. Go ahead.
Yeah, just following up on that question, when you say we are going to eradicate Hamas, who is we? Does that include American boots on the ground?
No, it won't be on the ground at all. We don't need to, because we have many countries, as you know, signed on to this deal. The way I view it, 59 countries, and unanimous. There's never been, nobody ever believed it was right. Countries that 4 months ago didn't like each other, and now they're all aligned together. I mean, we've had countries calling me when they saw some of the killing with Hamas, saying, we'd love to go in and take care of the situation ourselves. In addition, you have Israel would go in 2 minutes if I asked them to go in. I could tell them, go in and take care of it. But right now, we haven't said that. We're going to give it a little chance, and hopefully there will be a little less violence. But right now, you know, they're violent people. Hamas has been very violent. But they don't have the backing of Iran anymore. They don't have the backing of really anybody anymore. They have to be good. And if they're not good, they'll be eradicated.
Were any innocent civilians killed in the Caribbean, Mr. President?
Not you. Go on, please.
Could the Prime Minister weigh in on more?
Yeah, absolutely we can, and we have the capacity to do so. And part of this deal is very $8.5 billion pipeline. There will be $1 billion contributed from Australia and the United States over the next 6 months, with projects that are immediately available. There's 3 groups of projects. Ones that are joint activities between Australia and the United States, such as Alcoa. Secondly is projects that will be US investment that the US will undertake in Australia, including processing, and then ones that Australia will undertake, some as well. One of them is Australia, the US and Japan as well. So what we're trying to do here is to take the opportunities which are there. Australia has had a view for some time, a bit similar to putting America first.
Right.
Our plan's called A Future Made in Australia, which is about not just digging things up and exporting them, but how do we make sure that we have across the supply chains with our friends being able to benefit, seize those opportunities. So we certainly see part of what this is about isn't just digging things up, it's also about processing, including the joint ventures between Australia and the United States.
Can the US and Australia really compete with China? Aren't we decades behind in terms of the development?
No. You've been reading the wrong newspapers. We're not decades. We are way ahead of China militarily, the United States. We're way ahead of them in every form of military, other than they're building a lot of ships, and we'll have that started. We'll be catching them on that.
When it comes to
but we will, when it comes to weaponry, when it comes to, I'll go, right now, AI. The big thing is AI. They're building more plants in this country than anybody ever imagined. We're going to have over $20 trillion of investment for this year. The most we ever had was a tiny fraction of that. As an example, Biden, who's the worst president in the history of our country by far, by the way, but they were less than $1 trillion for 4 years. We're already now breaking $18 trillion of investment in 8 months. $18 trillion. No country in history has ever done that. We're way ahead of China in AI, ahead of China militarily from the standpoint of the sophisticated weapons. We have weapons that a lot of people don't even know about it. I got them started 4 years ago. I rebuilt the military 4 years ago, fortunately, because Biden didn't do anything but give a piece of it away to Afghanistan. Fortunately, as much as it sounded like it was a small part of what I built, but the Afghanistan giveaway was one of the worst. That was probably the most embarrassing day in the period in the history of our country. We have the best equipment. We have the best manufacturers of equipment. We have the best weapons. When you look, everybody wants our weapons, but it's great to be working with Anthony. It's great to be working with the people of Australia because they also, I mean, it's a smaller country, but you have done a fantastic job in weaponry and the kind of things. So we do a lot of joint work together. Our militaries work very, very closely together. We've been really an amazing ally when you think of it, right? There's never been any games. We're strongly committed, and they're strongly committed. There are some games with other countries, but there haven't been games with Australia. Where do you come from?
I'm from Australia.
Who are you with?
The Sydney Morning Herald.
Nasty guy. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I was just going to ask.
All right, go ahead.
On your first term, you worked with two Australian Prime Ministers, Scott Morrison and Malcolm Turnbull. You might remember.
Right.
They're from same side of politics as you. Mr. Albanese's different side. Can you tell us a bit more about what it's like to work with Mr. Albanese compared to those two?
Well, I got along. I mean, that wouldn't be fair because the man on my right has a big advantage. You know that, right? But I think he's doing a really good job, and we've had a very good relationship. I don't want to compare one with the other, but I'll tell you, this one is. They really have a great prime minister. Thank you. Okay, was that a good statement?
I'll use it in my ads in 28.
President Putin on Thursday, did you discuss his ongoing attacks on civilian areas in Ukraine?
Yeah.
Did you say cut it out? Did you say show an article of good faith to me?
I did. But as you know, most of the people dying are soldiers. The soldiers that are dying in Russia and Ukraine, it's unbelievable. 5,000 to 7,000 a week. Can you believe it?
All right, let me hop in here real quick because we got to take a break. We'll keep rolling with this. First, Express Oil Change and Tire Engineers. Express Oil Change, my go-to place where I get my oil changed. That's right. I've been doing that for years, and for good reason, because these guys are the best of the best. Fast, friendly service. They got 117 convenient locations, and the oil change itself takes like 10 minutes. Don't even have to get out of the car, man. Can you believe that? You don't have to go sit on a bench or wait in the lobby. You sit right there in the comfort of your car. Plus, Express Oil has a 4.9 rating on Google, #1 in customer satisfaction by J.D. Power 3 years in a row. What else do you need? Their headquarters is located in Homewood. Just gets better and better, man. Express Oil Change, you've got one near you. I know you do. So go check them out. Get that oil change because that's the lifeblood of your car, man. Your car's going to break down if you don't change your oil. Let Express make that happen for you. ExpressOil.com. You can find all their standard maintenances on their website, ExpressOil.com. Quick break. We'll be back right after this. Y'all hang tight. let me hop back in here because I just put us up against a break with Trump talk, and we're going to get back to that when we get back on the other side. But first, let me tell you about Noto Roofing. N-O-T-O, roofing.com, my roofing guys. And Chris, who y'all know is a buddy of mine, he does a lot of these roof inspections for people. He sent me, to be honest, I almost forgot to get my cigar on Saturday. He sent me a picture of his. He's like, I'm ready to go, cuz. And I was like, oh, yeah, I need to buy a cigar because I'd gone so long without getting one during that the drought. I just stopped doing it. But he reminded me I went and got it, and it's still sitting on my table, not used. So I'm going to be throwing that away. Unless somebody wants it, maybe what I can do is I can auction it off on the podcast Tuesday. I'll bring it with me Tuesday, and I'll auction off the cigar cutter, the cigar itself, and the lighter to anybody that wants it. Because for me, it's bad luck. I need to get it out of my house anyway. But what I say, he did that all in fun because they're good guys. Noto Roofing, all good guys across the board. Get a free roof inspection by calling them 205-848-2299. That's 848-2299 and online notoroofing.com. Tell them that I sent you. Get that free roof inspection. Doesn't cost you anything. No strings attached. And see what they can do for you. N-O-T-O, notoroofing.com. Back after this.
Call or text us.
All right, the line, Talk 99.5, Talk995.com, and the Talk 99.5 app, as well as the Talk 99.5 YouTube channel. You need to make sure you're subscribed to that. Just go to YouTube, search Real Talk 99.5 TV. Real Talk 99.5 TV. Pull that up, hit the subscribe button, and then you're good, baby. You're good. Hook that up, and I will love you a long time. I'll also love you a long time if you make sure all of your outdoor construction is handled by my friend Trent at TCW. TCW Construction, which helped me get my pool up, by the way. We officially shut down the pool for the year yesterday. I think it was yesterday we did that. Me and Peyton. Well, Trish helped a little bit too because we just couldn't get the cover on it with the two of us. But they helped us get that up in time for summer, as well as some other projects we got them looking at. Whatever it may be, it could be new walkways, stone steps, could be patio layouts, could be just sprucing up the yard, maybe sectioning off some places, could be retaining walls, fixing, different parts of your property, whether it's residential or commercial or whatever. They do all kinds of outdoor construction. So what I need you to do is, even if you think there's a chance that what you're needing done, TCW does, you need to call him, because you'll be talking to Trent. Trent's going to be on the job site. He's going to be there when it starts. He'll be there when it finishes. He's going to be there through the whole thing. It's his company. His name's on it. He takes pride in it. So you know you're going to get taken care of, especially when you mention that you're a part of the Hey Now Nation. Make sure you tell them Andrew McClain sent you. 205-389-3536. 205-389-3536. That is TCW Construction. Still got Donald Trump going. Let's hop back over live to the White House.
Being killed on the battlefield. Anywhere from 5,000 to 7,000, sometimes more than that every single week. It's not even believable. It's a bloodbath. It's the worst since the Second World War, the worst number of people. And, it doesn't affect us in any way. We don't pay anything because now they pay us for the weapons that they get. The NATO is paying us for the weapons, as you know. It doesn't affect. I guess you could say that's a positive thing. They pay us, but I'm not interested in that. I did straighten it out. Biden gave them $350 billion. Can you believe it? And all they did is get deeper in. It's a shame. Gave them $350 billion. A lot of lives were lost. That's a war that would have never happened if I were president. But we do speak about that. I speak about all of the lives, but I do speak about the civilian lives.
The First Lady has done such an amazing job on the Ukrainian children who were abducted by Russia. Would you support Senator Lindsey Graham's bill to declare Russia a terrorist state? And you have within your power, you're the most powerful man on earth. Why don't you just enable Ukraine to finish this war tomorrow?
Well, if you knew anything about what you were talking about, you'd be able. You do. I don't think you do. Really, complicated than that. But it sounds easy. We're in the process of trying to make a deal. If we make a deal, that's great. If we don't make a deal, it'll be a lot of people are going to be paying a big price. Quiet.
President Trump, so a question to both of you, if you don't mind. So
I love his haircut. I'm going to try that. No, I love it. Go ahead.
So, as we all know, China controls 90% of the global supply of critical minerals. They have launched attacks on Australian companies, primarily Lynas Rare Earths. What will happen to China if they don't play fair with this?
So, it's a very interesting question. We have a tremendous power, and that's the power of tariff. And I think that China will come to the table and make a very fair deal, because if they don't, they're going to be paying us 157. Right now, they're paying 55 to 57%. When I was first president, first term, we had the greatest economy we've ever had. And as you know, people don't write too much about it, but China paid us hundreds of billions of dollars worth of money for tariffs. Biden left it, but he didn't enforce it. He gave exceptions to almost everything. And so he left the tariffs, but he didn't really collect the numbers that he should have collected. and because he didn't know what the hell he was doing. So now the tariffs are much higher on China than they were before, and they're high on other countries depending on whether or not we like that country or we get along, and that's for national security purposes. So I made deals with Japan, I made deals with the European Union, or the whole of Europe practically, but the European Union, made deals with a lot of different people. We have a very fair deal for, I will say, Australia's paying a low number. They do have, I'll change it, we have a little bit of an advantage on that one. I told you, the advantage we have is airplanes. We sell a lot of airplanes to them, and they need them. It's a very vibrant place, and people go in and out, and I look forward to going there myself. And I think it's unlikely I'll be taking a ship. That's a long
journey.
That's a long. But China has with great respect. Now, in the past, they didn't treat other presidents with great respect. They would take hundreds of billions and even trillions of dollars out of the country, and they would spend it and build their military. Now they're treating us with great respect. Now, we'll see what happens. I said, if we don't make a deal, I'm putting on an additional 100% on November 1st. I think we'll make a deal. They threatened us with rare earths, and I threatened them with tariffs, but I could also threaten them with many other things, like airplanes. You know about airplanes, because they can't get parts for their airplanes. We build their airplanes. We do a great job. They're largely Boeings. And we could stop the parts. We did stop the parts, actually, when they did the initial threat. That's a big... They closed down over 400 of their airplanes. But we don't want to do that. But we have a much simpler thing. If we don't make a deal, we'll charge them a very substantial tariff. And they'll be paying us hundreds of billions of dollars a year, which they're basically paying right now. We had presidents that allowed China and other countries get away with murder. We're not going to allow that, but we're going to have a fair deal. I want to be good to China. I love my relationship with President Xi. We have a great relationship. I believe after we leave South Korea, we'll be there together. We thought that would be a good place to meet, and we're going to be meeting. I'll be in Malaysia, I'll be in Japan, I'll be in a couple of others. We'll be sort of doing a little bit of a tour. I've been invited to go to China, and I'll be doing that sometime fairly early next year. We have it sort of set. But I think we're going to have a very good relationship with China. And again, they will threaten us with rare earths. I don't think they're threatening us too much right now. But they could do that, but I threaten them with something I think is much more powerful, and that's tariffs. Because at a certain point, they will not be business with us. At a certain point, if they pay enough tariffs, it's almost like saying, we don't want to do business with you, but it's probably nicer. Saying you're going to pay 158, 157% tariff is a nicer way of saying that we don't want to do business with you. And if they don't do business with us, I think China's in big trouble, I'll be honest with you. I think China is, I don't know that they even make it. I really do. I believe that they're in big trouble. And I don't want them to be in big trouble. I want them to do great. I want them to thrive. But we have to thrive together. It's a two-way street. I think when we finish our meetings, and it's going to be a big deal. Look, I'm meeting with a lot of other countries, but this seems to be the one that people are very interested in. I think when we finish our meetings in South Korea, China and I will have a really fair and really great trade deal together. I want them to buy soybeans. They stopped buying our soybeans because they thought that was punishment. And it is punishment to our farmers, but we're not going to allow that to happen because I made a great trade deal with China, a $50 billion trade deal, and they were great about it. They were doing everything that they were supposed to do. And then when Biden came in, you know, I used to call President Xi all the time to say, thank you, or you're not buying enough. In other words, they were supposed to buy. Biden, do you think Biden ever called him? I don't think Biden ever called him. You think Biden lied awake at night thinking about trade with China? He didn't know what he was doing. He was an incompetent president. We had an incompetent president, but you don't have that anymore. So I think we're going to end up having a fantastic deal with China. It's going to be a great trade deal. It's going to be fantastic for both countries. And it's going to be fantastic for the entire world. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much.
All right, so there is Trump wrapping it up. A lot of interesting things, mostly talking about international, well, I guess meetings with other world leaders, which is what he's doing there with the Prime Minister of Australia. There at the end, you heard him talking about the negotiations with China. And I find this fascinating. I've always found it fascinating the way he talks about these other world leaders and how different it is from our previous 4 years. When it came to China or Russia or whoever, it was just demonize. You know, Russia bad, China bad, even though the former president was doing backdoor deals, or at least his son was doing backdoor deals with China and Ukraine and everything else. But it was always demonize these people instead of trying to bring them to the negotiating table and finding a solution that works for both countries. That's the tactic Trump takes. He says, hey, listen, I don't want China to be hurting. I don't want Russia to be hurting. I want everybody to be in a good position. And there is a place we can all be that would put us all in a good position. Everybody would be fine. Everybody could thrive. But you're going to have to meet us there in the middle. And a lot of these countries don't want to do that. These countries don't want to do that is because the reason they don't want to do that is because they've never had to do that. They've always been able to rip the United States off, steal our factories, steal our jobs, and just, you know, thrive that way. They really don't know another way. They've been doing this for decades, and that's what they know. And so when you've been living the high life for years and years and years because the big dog, the United States of America, is letting you live the high life, and then all of a sudden the United States comes around and says, okay, we're going to have to bring you down a few notches. You ain't going to be able to rip us off anymore. They're like, whoa, wait a minute. We've always done this. What are you talking about? What do you mean we can't do this? This is the way you're new here. We've always done things this way. I don't know what you're talking about. And so he's getting a pushback. But even with the pushback and even with the hostilities from whether it's Russia doing it or China or whoever, he's still saying, listen, I want y'all to be able to get a decent outcome on this deal. You're just not going to get a decent outcome from ripping us off. Those days are over. Sorry about your luck, cuz that's just the way it goes. Fascinating. Also, coming up with Budapest and Vladimir Putin and Trump meeting. That's going to be big as well. Those images, you got to admit, it's just like in Alaska at this last meeting, the images that we get of two heavy-hitting world leaders like that meeting is, you know, it's historical stuff. I mean, it's stuff that'll go down in the history books. I think this one will be no different because a lot of people expect maybe some results out of that when it comes to Ukraine. Russia. Alabama Professional Services, let me tell you about them. Alabama Professional Services, APS. You'll see the trucks out on the road all the time. APS running around, getting stuff done. They're going around, working on people's property. They're working on, they're doing, they're spraying for bugs, doing pest control, and a lot of other things. They get out there and get after it. They've been working at my house for a long time. I think you are going to be grateful you called these guys to get your pest control under control, especially this time of year. Gotta get it done. So call them at this number, 205-951-9717, and let them know Andrew McLean sent you. 205-951-9717 and online, alabamaprofessional.com. Quick break. Back after this. Hang tight. You're listening to The Line, Talk 99.5, Talk99.5.com. I want to mention this because I promised Boomer I would do it. Community revival at Childersburg First Baptist tonight through Thursday, 6 p.m. They're doing a big tent revival. Again, First Baptist Church in Childersburg. Y'all go hook that up. Y'all can see Boomer. You can visit with Boomer. You can get some Jesus in your life. Revivals are wild, man. For those of y'all that grew up in church like me, you remember revivals. They get crazy in a good way, obviously. So if y'all are interested in that, check that out. What else do we got? I'll tell you, being here in the podcast studio, I'm kind of like, I've got all this. We've got all this food down here at the end of the table that we use for snacks and stuff. So like during shows or whatever. And y'all know me, I can't eat during the day. So I'm having to sit here and stare at all these snacks thinking, like, my stomach is literally rumbling. Saying, I got cheese balls, I got fudge covered cookies, I got international snack boxes, I got pork rinds, I got all kinds of stuff. Oh, and for those of you watching, let me show you this real quick. Y'all may have seen this on social media, but let me find mine. Our boy Nick the Gun Guy came through Clutch and got us some of these koozies. Not koozies. They're not koozies. They're Yetis is what I meant to say. I don't know if you see that, but we got these over-the-line koozies. Look how good that looks. With Andrew McLean on the back. Yeah, buddy. Perfect size for whiskey and probably coffee or something. But very excited about having that stuff. What else do we got outside of the international things that Donald Trump was talking about? Oh, Pete Hegseth firing warnings to narco-terrorists. There was a vessel associated with a Colombian terror group getting blown up on orders of President Trump. On Sunday, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth announced that his department had blown up a ship that associated with a Colombian terror group called ELN. That's actually the short version. I'm not going to say the entire name because I would totally butcher it. But after it was caught operating in the U.S. Southcom area, it says that Hegseth further revealed that a substantial number of narcotics were on board the vessel, and the male terrorists that were on board all were killed. Full announcement from Secretary Hegseth, who also fired a warning to these terrorists saying they will be hunted and killed just like Al-Qaeda. He says on October 17th, at the direction of President Trump, the Department of War conducted a lethal kinetic strike on a vessel affiliated with the ELN terror group. He said a designated terrorist organization that was operating in the U.S. Southcom area of responsibility. The vessel was known by our intelligence to be involved in illicit narcotics smuggling, was traveling along a known narco-trafficking route, and was transporting substantial amounts of narcotics. There were 3 male narco-terrorists aboard the vessel during the strike, which was conducted in international waters. All 3 terrorists were killed, and no U.S. forces were harmed in the strike. These cartels are the Al-Qaeda of the Western Hemisphere, using violence, murder, and terrorism to impose their will, threaten our national security, and poison our people. The United States military will treat these organizations like the terrorists they are. They will be hunted and killed just like Al-Qaeda. It's good stuff, man. And can I just say, I love the fact that they released the images of this stuff. I mean, it's my favorite. It's like, I love when y'all do that. Can y'all keep doing it? Because there was another one. There was one that was a submarine that they blew out of the water, I believe, days earlier. Trump orders a strike on a very large drug-carrying submarine coming to America with narco-terrorists on board. 2 terrorists dead, and I think they took a couple of other ones into custody. President Trump saying it was my great honor to destroy a very large drug-carrying submarine that was navigating towards the United States on a well-known narco trafficking transit route. I like it, man. Look at that. Look at that. That's good stuff, man. Yeah, I'll bring you all of those as they happen. I love watching narco terrorists get blown up. We'll be back right after this. Y'all hang tight. Hey now, ladies and gentlemen. Hey now. Hey now. Hey now. Hey now. Hey now. And hey now. Welcome to hour number 3 of the line. Talk 99.5. Talk995.com. And live on our Talk 99.5 Facebook and X account. So if y'all want to watch this show live, just today, you'll hook that up. And we're broadcasting all over the place, including my social medias and everything else. So y'all find it, and come hang out with us. I can't see. I know a lot of y'all that are watching online, you're in the chat, and I can't see all of them. I can see the YouTube stuff, but that's about it. So y'all come in and hang out with us and have a good time, everybody. Let's have a good time. Hour number 3, let's get it rolling. Lots of things to get to. First, Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy Sports. Underdog Fantasy, the app. That's what you need to worry about. Downloading the app, Underdog Fantasy, because we're out here winning money. I'll tell you, last night between the Cowboys, what was it? The Cowboys and the Commanders, I won $56, and then on the San Fran game last night, I won $41, and I'm glad I did. You can win real money too, man. All you got to do is download the app, choose whether your favorite players are going to go higher or lower on stats like rushing yards, receptions, touchdowns, whatever it is. Get your entries right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash, and you can play with as little as $1. $1 will win you money. So download the app and use my promo code, which is HeyNow. That's all one word, HEYNOW. When you sign up, use that promo code, and you, my friend, will be in the game, and you will get yourself some bonus funds or bonus entries. Wouldn't that be nice? Almost 100. I think you get $100 in bonus funds or bonus entries. So download the app today. Sign up with the promo code HeyNow to score $100 in bonus funds or bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code HeyNow. Underdog, make plays, win money. Must be 19 or older and present in Alabama. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms_DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. You'll hook that up. Also, if you want to get in on the show, you're more than welcome to call in 205-545-9950, 545-9950. Before I hit that last break, I was talking about the submarine that was blown up. Donald Trump putting a post on Truth Social about that. He said it was my great honor to destroy a very large drug-carrying submarine that was navigating towards the United States on a well-known narco-trafficking transit route. That's hard to say for some reason. U.S. intelligence confirmed this vessel was loaded up with mostly fentanyl and other illegal narcotics. Come on, Andrew, use your words. There were 4 known narco-terrorists on board the vessel. 2 of the terrorists were killed. At least 25,000 Americans would die if I allowed this submarine to come ashore. The 2 surviving terrorists are being returned to their countries of origin, Ecuador and Colombia, for detention and prosecution. No U.S. forces were harmed in this strike. Under my watch, the United States of America will not tolerate narco-terrorist trafficking illegal drugs by land or by sea. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I love it, man. I love it. And it shows you the strength that we have as a country and that Donald Trump has as a leader, that it's just weekly. We're just blowing up these boats. And what are the drug cartels doing about it? What is Maduro doing about it? Nothing? Just sending more? Hoping that one gets through? Like, you're wasting a lot of drugs by just letting them get blown up in the ocean, because they're no good after that. There's probably a lot of sea life that's really high, but, that's it. We catch it, man. We got people out there, dude. We catch you. You're done for. It's as easy as that. We're not playing around. We're not playing around with the cartels. We're not playing around with the illegals in this country. There was, I think it was in New Jersey, they just busted a cartel-linked South American theft ring, multiple theft rings. South American theft groups, transnational networks known for high-end burglaries and property crimes, have been exploiting America's borders and visa system for years. These criminal rings thrive by overstaying legitimate visas, infiltrating communities, and targeting homes and businesses with sophisticated tactics. Once again, Immigration and Customs Enforcement has proven why strong enforcement matters, dismantling another cell in New Jersey before even more families became victims. This was on September 19th. ICE Newark, working with the FBI and local law enforcement, arrested 9 Chilean nationals in New Jersey and Princeton. These individuals were part of a coordinated theft group that specialized in burglarizing wealthy neighborhoods and commercial properties. While they initially entered the country illegally, they chose to violate U.S. law by overstaying their visa and launching crime sprees that stretched across multiple states. Some had already racked up lengthy criminal records, theft in Florida, fraudulent credit card use in Tennessee, burglary charges in Pennsylvania, and open warrants in other jurisdictions. These were professional criminals who treated America's generosity as an open door for exploitation. And without ICE, these organized theft groups would continue to wreak havoc, targeting American families and businesses without consequence. And this one in particular is interesting because it involves visa overstays. And visa overstays are just as dangerous as illegal border crossings because, I mean, the immigration system is abused not only by those who sneak across the border, but those who enter legally and then disappear into communities using the system as a cover for criminal operations. And it's why Republicans are right to call for strict visa tracking, to call for stronger enforcement, increased penalties on those who violate immigration law. I think there's a lot of people out there that say, well, they just overstayed a visa. You know, it's not that big a deal. And It is. It's overstaying a visa presents just as much of a problem as crossing the border illegally in the first place, because there's going to be bad hombres that overstay their visa. I'm sure there are good people that overstay their visas. But if there's too many of them, there's going to be some bad apples. And because of that, we got to go after the bad apples. And if we come across you in the meantime and you've overstayed your visa, but you're not a bad apple, you just have to not be a bad apple in your home country. Pretty simple. Let me go to the phones real quick. I think we got Bubba Rumble in Arizona. What's up, Bubba?
Hey to the now.
Hey now.
So do they got that yellow police tape around the stadium in Tuscaloosa today? Because that was a crime scene on Saturday, cuz.
It really was. It really was. I had to cut it off because I couldn't watch the violence.
Well, you know, I broke protocol, dude, and I went on the old YouTube and got the bootleg broadcast going, and thankfully they cut me off about the third quarter, so I didn't have to finish watching it.
Yeah, that's good. They were doing you a favor there.
They did, and you know, hey, 5-2 ain't nothing to shake a stick at, cuz you still in this, man. Got plenty of football left to play. And what's your coach's name? Ball's coach?
Josh Heupel.
I dig him. I like his style. He's what you expect to see in a Southern Collegiate D1 football coach. I like the way he handles the press, and just he's all about the football.
And he looks like Bobby Hill from King of the Hill.
That's right. He's grown up Bobby Hill, man. So how can I complain about that?
Yeah, it's and I've gotten older, I've gotten more. I don't know what the word is. I've gotten a lot calmer in my reactions to football season. You're right. They're still in it. There's still games to go, but I think it's more of, in a game like that, you're more worried about the harassment that you're going to get in the days after, which I will say used to be a lot worse. It's not near as bad now as it used to be, but it used to be relentless. I mean, just it would go on for weeks, but now people take their shots and then move on, I guess.
Well, I think, you're in a precarious position as the leader of the Hey Now Nation. So you're surrounded by Crimson Tide backers, including Richard the Cop, but maybe your presence there has helped mellow things out a little bit, because, there's implications now, like if you're spiraling, the Crimson Tide is happy, and we can't be having Andrew Mandu spiraling. There's too much on the line these days.
Too much on the line. That's exactly right. Maybe that's it. Maybe people are like, hey, we'll just remind our leader that his team lost, and then we'll get back to our marching orders.
Carry on like gentlemen. Hey, I hope everybody got a chance to appreciate the awesomeness of the No Kings protest this weekend. I mean, I've been a holdout. I'm all about Trump, but I think I'm going to be a libtard now because, they finally got to me, dude, and all the geriatric libtards in their furry costumes finally changed my mind.
Boy, they really did put out a message. For those independents that were riding the fence, they looked Saturday at the No Kings, and they were like, oh, this is my people.
That's it, man. They got to me finally, dude. And I don't know, my favorite thing I saw from the whole weekend was primetime 99 Alex Stein out there throwing hooks with the libtards because they tried to steal his hat.
Yeah, dude. I haven't seen that yet, but we've been talking about getting Alex on the show, and I've got to make that happen ASAP because he's out there.
Yeah, man.
Just getting after it.
Oh, he was right there in enemy territory just doing his thing, and he's like, I'm here to mock you.
They don't care.
Nobody triggers the libs like Alex Stein. All right, bro, I'll let you get back to it. Hey to the now.
Hey now. There's Bubba Rumble up in the house. Yeah, I got to get to I'll get to the No Kings thing here in a moment because that was fascinating. I wasn't as engaged with it as I should have been, but I've done some catch up as of this morning, and it's just I've seen videos of Cory Booker standing in a crowd and chanting, "This is what democracy looks like," and then quickly turning the camera to the crowd, which is not, a huge crowd, but it's just like, just 20 people scattered, and they're like, "This is what democracy looks like." It's really cringe. And then there was another one he was doing that, and he was with Adam Schiff, pencil neck watermelon head Adam Schiff. And it was just as bad as you could imagine. It was cringe, baby, cringe. What else do I got on the illegal stuff? Let me get through this real quick. How about another one arrested, convicted pedophile, illegal alien that was released by a sanctuary city. Department of Homeland Security confirmed the arrest of Rick Martinez Lopez, an illegal alien from Guatemala with multiple convictions in Virginia. Despite his history as a convicted pedophile and registered sex offender, the Richmond City Jail released him in August after refusing to honor an ICE detainer. That decision allowed a violent criminal back into the community, proving that the consequences of sanctuary police policies are not abstract but dangerously real. Martinez Lopez's record is extensive and alarming. His convictions include sexual assault of a child, failure to register as a sex offender, and probation violations. He was a known threat, yet local officials chose to ignore a lawful detainer request from federal immigration authorities. Instead of cooperating with ICE, Richmond authorities prioritized political ideology over public safety, enabling a repeat offender to walk free in Virginia neighborhoods. Think about that. And this demonstrates how sanctuary policies function in practice. If you're a bad guy, as long as you're in the country illegally, you'll get a slap on the wrist. No big deal. No big deal at all. On top of that, there was an illegal alien offering $10,000 in bounties to kill ICE agents in Dallas. He was arrested in Dallas. I guess the $10,000 per ICE agent was just for across the country. This guy's name was Eduardo Aguilar, an illegal from Mexico living in Dallas. He used TikTok to solicit the murder of U.S. Immigration and Custom Enforcement agents. His post was written in Spanish, called for, quote, 10 dudes in Dallas with determination who aren't afraid of, and then he put skull emojis, and offered $10,000 for each ICE agent killed, which is, I don't know if you know this, but a direct solicitation for murder broadcast publicly on social media. The post started circulating for days before law enforcement tracked him down. They found him. At the time of his arrest, he was found with a loaded 9mm handgun in his vehicle. And as you know, federal law prohibits aliens from possessing firearms, making his possession of the weapon a felony. That happens. And then there was a handful of kids, too. I got to hit this break, but there was a handful of kids that were posting videos, and there was some confusion. This video gets posted on TikTok, and it's looks like 5 or 6 kids that are standing there saying, we're on the way. Word on the street is cartels put a $50,000 bounty on y'all, talking about ICE agents. And so that starts circulating. DHS picks it up, and they post it, and they say, hey, guess what? We're coming to you. You ain't got to worry about finding us. We're headed to you right now. So the guy deletes it. And then people start claiming that this was not real, that it was edited or manipulated in some way. Turns out it wasn't, that these kids, whether they were joking or not, they look like high schoolers, put the same kind of death threat out there for ICE agents, and now they're in hot water. You gotta, what do y'all, I mean, would you do this? I mean, even if the kids are like, oh, that sounds like a good way to make a joke. I mean, threatening death on somebody on social media, like, there's nothing in your head that said, hey, this is probably a bad idea before you did it? No, not one. Come on. 205-545-9950. Let me hit this break. Coming back on the other side with more of The Line up next. I don't know how I missed this during the I don't know how I missed this during the press conference that we were carrying with Donald Trump. But he was asked by a reporter something about did an ambassador say something bad about you? And he says, oh no, then what happens was the Australian Prime Minister points to the ambassador, I guess that's with him, that had previously said something about him, and Donald Trump says, well, I didn't like you either.
Please, go ahead.
Mr. President, there's been concern in Australia that it's taken 9 months to get this meeting. Have you had any concerns with this administration, with the stance on Palestine, climate change, or even things the ambassador said about you in the past, the Australian ambassador?
I don't know anything about him. I mean, if he said bad, then maybe he'll like to apologize. I really don't know. Did an ambassador say something bad about him? Don't tell me. I don't. Where is he? Is he still working for you?
Yeah.
You said bad?
Before I took this position, Mr. President.
I don't like you either. I don't, and I probably never will. Go ahead.
He says, I probably never will. Oh, that's so good. He don't care, man. That's king behavior right there. You want to talk about no kings? That's how a king would behave, and I'm here for it. Speaking of which, no kings. I got to get into that when we get back on the other side. 205-545-9950. 545-9950. Do a little bit of catch-up here in a moment, and we'll be back on the other side. I've been taking these breaks in not the right places, but I promise to get back on track very, very quickly. Earnest Financial, retirewithernest.com. Retirewithernest.com. 833-596-7233. If you're 55 or older, you got over $50K in your retirement. You need to call these guys. Let them know Andrew McClain sent you. 833-596-7233. Get your retirement protected. Make it grow for you and be able to do those things that you want to do after retirement. Simple as that. retirewithernest.com. retirewithernest.com. The Line Talk 99.5 and Talk99.5.com. I will say the text line is still talking about Alabama, Tennessee. Would y'all stop, please? Stop. You're just reminding me of what happened. Listen, it's fine for real. Hippie does say, I bet you're glad you didn't spend $200 to $300 to go to that game. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Because you think I was miserable at home? I would have been really miserable at that game. God, that would have been bad. I did notice this one lady who was a Tennessee fan, and listen, we've all got them. Don't act like you're better. And she was getting dragged out of the stadium by police, and she was yelling and screaming. And I thought, if I drank too much, that might have been me. That could have been me. Of course, I'd play it off and bring you audio to the show, but I'm glad it wasn't me, because then I would have paid $200 to $300 to go to the game, and then another $1,500 to get out of jail. That would have been bad. All right, I'm not gonna read through the rest of these. Y'all cute. Bob says, I work with a Tennessee fan. He has been missing half the day. It seems Tennessee fans have collective diarrhea after that smackdown. Hey, now. I told Trish when I woke up this morning, I told her the same thing yesterday. I was like, I feel like crap. And I don't really think that it's from the game, but there's just something that something's got me feeling like doo-doo over the past couple of days. But I can usually rebound after a day. I'll be fine. It's a wonder that the No Kings protest didn't get me all hyped up, as exciting as it was. Catching all that on the backside was just fascinating to watch. Even in Massachusetts, Edward John Markey, Senator Ed Markey, he was one of the No Kings protesters, and he's an old guy. And that's the one thing that I noticed, is that there were a lot of old people at the No Kings protest. I mean, when I say a lot, I mean, it was, if you just looked at a picture of the crowd, like, it was all white heads. I mean, it was just gray hair all over the place. It was all old white people. And I'm like, why? Why is that? Where's all the young people that are supposed to be so fired up about Donald Trump being a king? That's the Democrats' bread and butter. Where are they at? Where are they at, cuzzy? Here's Senator Markey with his appearance at the No Kings rally.
I'm here in Newton at that No Kings rally. Just absolutely unbelievable. They are showing up. They're standing up against the president of the United States, who thinks he's a king, he thinks he's a dictator, and Newton is saying no. Massachusetts is saying no to dictators.
Look at all the old people.
For what you are doing here today and what Massachusetts is doing on No King's Day. Thank you.
Look at how many old people. Look how many old people are in the crowd, dude. No kings. We're going to have No King's Day. We're not going to have any kings in this country. Speaking of kings, it's interesting that Senator Markey, who was born July 11th, 1946, is a politician who has been in government for pretty much his entire adult life. If you go to his Wikipedia page, let me tell you what Wikipedia says real quick about Senator Markey. It says, Edward John Markey is an American politician serving as junior United States Senator from the state of Massachusetts, a seat he has held since 2013. A member of the Democratic Party, he served 20 terms, 18 full, 2 partial, as the U.S. Representative for Massachusetts' 7th Congressional District from 1976 to 2013. Before that, he was a member of the Massachusetts House of Representatives from 1973 to 1976. When Senator Patrick Leahy retired in 2023, Markey became the dean of New England's congressional delegation. So the guy that's been hogging a congressional seat, now a Senate seat, since 1973, is talking about no kings. No kings. In 2013, after John Kerry was appointed United States Secretary of State, Markey was elected to serve out the remainder of Kerry's Senate term in a 2013 special election. Markey defeated Stephen Lynch in the Democratic primary and Republican Gabriel Gomez in the general election. He was elected to a full term in the Senate in 2014. I mean, that's very king-ish of Markey to do, to be in government that long. But again, it was my takeaway from the No Kings rally was, in fact, that it was like the nursing home doors were open, and all the people in the nursing home gathered in the streets and protested a king. You remember last year when they did this, and Donald Trump, I don't know what his tweet said, but he put out a tweet and he was like, thankful to the protesters today. I thought there was a king trying to come take my place. We must have stopped him. Thank you, everybody, for your participation. He should have done that again. That was so good. And then there's Nancy Pelosi, who, for No King's Day, she stood up, I guess, in front of an audience and tore a crown in half. I don't know. Let's see. Wow. Look at Nancy.
I'm going to tear up the crown.
What is that? What is this? What is she doing? She's tearing up the crown because there's going to be no kings in America. No kings. Again, I don't know what they accomplished. Now, I can see why Nancy Pelosi is probably out and about trying to, garner attention, or maybe Nancy thought that there was going to be a lot of young people out there and she could schmooze with them and everything else to get some momentum for her own candidacy, because she is actually going to be going up against in this next election, if she's going to stick around, by a radical left Democrat, state lawmaker, and drag queen advocate. He's going to be launching a primary challenge against Nancy Pelosi. Let's say it's Scott Wiener is his name. I'm not even making that up. Scott Wiener is launching a bid to go toe-to-toe against Nancy Pelosi. He's openly gay. He likes to wear leather. And he feels like he could take out 85-year-old Nancy Pelosi. A spokesperson for Nancy Pelosi said, Speaker Pelosi is fully focused on her mission to win the Yes on 50 special election in California on November 4th. She urges all Californians to join in that mission on the path to taking back the House for the Democrats. Wiener will come into the race with plenty of financial backing. According to the Post, that they say that the state senator's congressional campaign committee was set up in 2023 and had over $1 million in contributions at the end of last month. Wiener, who's 55, is described, by the way, for those of y'all watching, this right here is Scott Wiener that plans on running against Pelosi. Wiener, 55, is described as one of the strongest LGBTQ civil rights champions in the nation. He's backed legislation promoting so-called, this is not from his website, but he promotes gender-affirming care for minors, allowing non-binary designations on government IDs, and ending the mandatory inclusion of adults who have oral and anop intercourse with minors on sex offender registries, arguing that the law disproportionately targets LGBT young people. Well, let me get this right. He wants to end the mandatory inclusion of adults who have had relations with minors from being on sex offender registries. So if you committed a sex act against a child, he wants you to not be forced to register as a sex offender. Weiner, who is openly gay and regularly attends San Francisco's annual Folsom Street Fair Kink Festival in a leather vest and leather tie, is also a self-described drag queen advocate. So I would say Nancy Pelosi's got her hands full with Weiner. Scott Weiner. She's got her hands full with Scott Weiner. Because that's going to be quite the battle between those two. 205-545-9950. Let's go with Tom on the line. Tom, what's up, buddy?
Man, oh man, I know you probably weren't going to take my phone call today.
Well, I had a couple Bamers on the line, and I was like, maybe I don't do it, maybe I will. So, all right, I'm opening the phone lines to all Bamers that want to call in and rub it in my face. I'm going to give you all till 1 o'clock.
I felt sorry for you, not necessarily everybody else. I'm glad you didn't go to jail, because then I'd have to come bail your ass out of jail.
Well, that would have been nice of you.
Probably would have. As long as Trish would have talked me into it. So.
Yeah, she'd sweet talk you right into bailing me out.
Man, that's a game, brother. I told you.
Mm.
You don't listen to Tom, man. You don't listen to me.
All I remember is you doing dad jokes all week. I don't remember what you said about the football game.
I was trying to keep the mood light, man. I was trying. As far as that dude and Nancy Pelosi, man, Massachusetts in trouble, aren't they?
Yeah, what if that's your two choices? You live in San Francisco and you got to pick between those two.
Dude. I'm like, see ya. I'd already left that state, man.
That's bad.
All right, just don't bring your politics down here. Come on down to the South and keep your crap up there and everything. Have you been seeing that Murdaugh update lately? The Murdaugh, you remember those?
The Murdaugh family?
Yeah, they got a special coming on Hulu coming out. It's gonna be good.
Oh, is it where they recreated it like it's a drama series?
Yeah, I think so. And Dr. Phil's been he's been doing a investigation on it too, and it's been real good to listen to. So
yeah, I'd like to check that out because when we first watched the documentary, it was so good, and I was like, I wanted more of it, but there was nothing else left. So, you're saying Dr. Phil's got a series that he's doing on it?
Yeah, it's on his podcast. Yeah, check it out.
Oh, I'll check that out.
Good stuff.
For sure.
All right, man. Roll Tide. Maybe we'll be in the playoffs. Who knows, brother?
Who knows? Maybe we'll get another shot at it.
More dad jokes coming your way, man. Tell my jail ladies I said howdy.
All right, I got you. I appreciate it, Tom.
Hey, I'm going to watch online. I see you're online, so I'll watch.
There you go. Tom online, Cuzzy. Appreciate it.
Later.
Speaking of jail, I'm in talks with somebody that's from the that's on the Alabama Solution documentary. I watched it again last night, so now I've watched that documentary 2 times. If you guys have not watched this, I am telling you, it is so important for you to watch this movie. It's crazy. It's called The Alabama Solution. It's on HBO Max. And I think I'm going to bring in somebody to talk about it maybe tomorrow or Wednesday. And it's going to just blow your mind. It's wild, dude. There's some serious problems in the Alabama jail system. And, what are they doing to fix it? Well, they're building a new prison. They're taking all the prisons that are located around the state and just converting them into like 3 mega prisons. And they're still going to have the same problems, just with new prisons. And it's going to be an Alabama solution. That's what Kay Ivey said. We got to have an Alabama solution to an Alabama problem. Well, I don't know that an Alabama solution's fixing it. So you may want to try to find another solution. 205-545-9950. Let me hit this break. But before I do, let me tell you about Chuck Davis. ChuckDavisLaw.com. ChuckDavisLaw.com. My attorney, Chuck Davis, I need to reach out to him this week, see how he's been doing. I know he's been out there helping you guys. Plenty of y'all that have reached out to him over the past, several months with your issues with personal injury, money that you're owed, divorce, custody. You've got wills, probate, contracts. There's a lot of stuff he does. And if it involves an attorney, you need to call him because he can get you. At the very least, if you got something that's way out there, he's got a network of the best attorneys, and he'll be able to send you in the right direction. But for all those other things, he'll help you out, and then you can say, yeah, me and Andrew McClain, we got the same attorney. How about that? ChuckDavisLaw.com, 205-823-9992. 205-823-9992. Online, ChuckDavisLaw.com. No representation is made that the legal services are superior to the legal services provided by other lawyers. Quick break, more show coming up. Oh, the line, Talk 99.5, talk995.com. I told y'all I'd let you call in for a few more minutes. And for those of you that are Bama fans, I need to let you do your victory lap. It's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do, so I'm going to do it. And right now we have on the line Richard the Cop. What's up, Richard?
The only crown that Nancy Pelosi's turning up is Crown Royal.
That's a good point.
And did you hear about, I think it was MSNBC got busted. They put out a video of a massive crowd they said was the No Kings rally.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody traced it and found out it was from a protest in 2017.
Oh, that's good. That sounds very MSNBC-like.
So, yeah, it just amazes me the stupidity these people will go to try to make a point. And it just, and by the way, roll tide, brother.
Yeah, I got you. You whipped us, man. I'm looking, MSNBC falsely aired a video from 2017 claiming it was the live No Kings rally footage in Boston. Yeah, that's hilarious, dude.
I can't imagine thinking you're gonna get it. As much fact checking as goes on nowadays, I cannot believe you're gonna try to pull something like that off.
That's
but
they say how many people did they say came out across the country? Like 7 million people?
I don't know. I was busy supporting our king. King Trump.
That's right. That's right.
I sent you a bunch of pictures, brother. Have a good day. Roll Tide.
All right, I'll check them out. Thank you, Richard the Cop. And yeah, they listen. They tried so hard to make this something that it wasn't. I mean, even okay. This is there was a tweet from Department of Homeland Security. Let me see if I can find that. Yeah, here it is. So DHS puts out a tweet. Let me see if I can show you the whole thing. And they said, Gavin Newsom has shown up to the riot. And it's somebody dressed as an inflatable penis and says, deport these nuts. And Gavin Newsom was not happy about that whatsoever. He was not happy. He actually responded to the tweet and simply said, you're an embarrassment. And it's like, okay, buddy, you want to talk about embarrassment? That's you. That's you, buddy. That's your state. Amazing. But there was also some nasty messaging coming from one guy who was a Democrat state senator in Connecticut. His name's Saad Anwar. He's a Democrat out of the state senate in Connecticut. He's also a practicing physician and immigrant from Pakistan. He showed up to the No Kings rally with a sign that says, cholesterol, do your job. And it's got a picture of fried chicken and burgers and fries and everything else, alluding to cholesterol, please go and kill off the king. A physician is saying that. Now he's getting some backlash, but listen, he's getting more attention than he ever had before because nobody had a clue who this guy was. So good for him, but good for you, bud. You got the attention you ordered. Your stupid little No Kings rally. And now that we've moved on from the No Kings rally, maybe we can open the government back up. I think that's probably going to happen sooner than people think. Bottom of the hour, top of the hour. Back after this. Hang tight. Hey now, ladies and gentlemen. Hey now. 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 Welcome to hour number 4 of the line right here on Talk 99.5, talk995.com. That's right. Axiom Tax Resolution Group bringing you this part of the show. Axiom Tax Resolution Group. That's my buddy Perry Cronin and his guys here locally that are helping people with their tax problems and a lot of different tax problems. If you're suffering from these problems with the IRS, you owe back taxes, you got penalties and interest, you can contact these guys, and they've got the skills and experience to end things like wage garnishment, release tax liens, and find solutions to all kinds of tax problems. If you've got an audit coming up and you want audit representation, they can do that. Any sort of IRS problems, this is the number you got to call. These guys are going to take care of you. I'm telling you that right now. I know Perry. I know the work that they do, and they're going to help you get out of what seems to be a situation that you can't get out of. But the good news is you can. You just got to reach out to these guys, let them know what your situation is, and they'll immediately get to work, especially if you're being threatened by the IRS. They immediately start talking to them and say, listen, chill, quit harassing these people. Let's talk. Let's negotiate. And they'll see if they can get you out of that. So why wouldn't you call them? 205-872-1100. That's 205-872-1100, Axiom Tax Resolution Group.com. Actually, go with 205tax.com. That's easier to keep up with. 205tax.com. If you're just joining us, we're live on all the social media platforms in a one-off. That's just for today. We'll be back in studio tomorrow, but if you feel like watching the show, Facebook, Twitter, the Talk 99.5 pages, you've got also YouTube and the Over the Line YouTube, my personal pages. Just look them up, find me, and you can look at my sad little face after Tennessee got beat by Alabama. Tony Gump decided to hop in with me on this second hour. Tony Gump, what's up, buddy?
Hey now, can you hear me?
Hey now, coming in loud and clear. Okay. I like it. I like it. So, what was your take? Because I know you watched the game. What was your takeaway from Tennessee, Alabama?
Well, it was a good game. It was that pick six, or the interception for the touchdown, the 99-yard one.
Yeah.
That's when I was like, oh, my goodness. This is when everything shifts.
Yeah, you thought it was over at that point, because that's what I thought.
I sent you that text. I'm like, oh, Lord, here we go. So congratulations to Alabama fans. I thought it was an entertaining game. I liked watching it,
Yeah, it was hard to watch. I was already kind of I was worn out from close games as it was. And then, and I knew that one was going to be a close game, but it just...
It was fun to watch. If you're not for Tennessee like you are, if you're just watching that game, it was a fun game.
Yeah, if the roles were reversed, I think I could have enjoyed it more, but just being... I mean, obviously, but I'm talking about throughout the game. I just... I'm miserable during close games. And that's the way all the games are now.
I won't even watch a Tennessee game with you anymore because they lost the last one I went and showed up.
Yeah, I felt like you jinxed it. Which one was that? Was that the Tennessee-Alabama game 2 years ago?
No. I went to one of those with you at your house, but it was one after that. I can't remember who exactly you played, but you ended up losing. Mm-hmm. And it was like a team you were supposed to beat, like Kentucky or something.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was...
So I said no mas.
That was bad. All right, 205-545-9950. We'll get you in. If we got him, Michael, who's on line 1. Michael, what's up? I don't know if we have Michael.
He dropped.
Oh, he's gone. All right. 205-545-9950 if you want to get in. I do want to, and we'll hop back to the phones, but I did want to show this as we were talking about the No King stuff. The Trump administration has really been leaning into the, I don't know what we would call it, the memery, in the sense of trolling people. And especially in the day and age of AI, for those of you that are watching, I want you to see this. So The meme starts a video. It's AI video, and it starts off with a fighter jet that says King Trump on the side, and Trump is flying this jet. And as it takes off, it's flying through the air. And Trump's in the cockpit with a crown on, and all of a sudden he's flying over the city, dropping doo-doo on Harry Sisson and all the other No Kings protesters. I assume that's doo-doo. Maybe it's chocolate, but...
Could be mud.
It could be mud, too. And he's just like...
Just the fact that they posted it.
I know.
Well, you know.
Oh, man.
Did they put that on the White House account, too?
I think so.
Oh, my goodness.
It doesn't get any better. Come on, man. It's funny, but it drives these people absolutely insane. They can't handle it. And then there was another one. The White House joined Blue Sky. Is everybody familiar with Blue Sky, which is a new social media platform that I guess leftists have created so they'd have their own alternative to X. And so it's mostly like just a leftist echo chamber on Blue Sky. Well, the White House officially signed up for Blue Sky, and they posted this video going through like the most epic clips of Donald Trump with the music playing in the background. and he's like, well, we're here for Blue Sky. Thank you all for allowing us in and being so warm. Oh, my God. It's got images of changing the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. It's just so good.
Best president ever, yeah.
I know. Oh, that's what it said. The video was called Daddy's Home. For those of you that are watching, it's Daddy's Home. Oh,
that's good.
Oh, it's even putting the memes in the sombreros on Jeffries, on Hakeem Jeffries. Picture of Trump with the crown. It's just,
oh yeah, the picture when he was the Pope.
Yeah,
that was funny.
Oh, and again on the website Blue Sky, like these people are in a leftist echo chamber.
They're all the rejects of X or Twitter.
Yeah,
they couldn't handle the heat of the Twitter, so they went and got their own.
Yep. And so they feel like they're in the safe space. And if anybody were to infiltrate that, they would literally lose it. The White House posted, "What's up, Blue Sky? We thought you might have missed some of our greatest hits, so we put this together for you. Can't wait to spend more quality time together. Love us."
Oh, man. Could you imagine Reagan back in the 80s being able to put out memes and have social media? I think he would have been even more...
He would have been good at it. I think Reagan would have been good at it because he was always good at taking shots at him, and funny jabs.
Good one-liners.
Mm-hmm. So
like
Trump is. I was thinking about this too when I was watching the video. I was like, you go back and look at what he did during the campaign and how genius some of it was. Not even with memes. Obviously, they were good with that, but the fact that he got in a garbage truck, and I forget what it was related. They were calling Trump garbage or whatever. So he decided to go get a garbage truck, put a big Trump for President logo on it, and drove it around. And then this might have even happened before that. Kamala Harris claimed she worked at McDonald's, and it turns out she didn't. So Trump goes to a McDonald's and serves food out the window at the McDonald's. Like, that's genius stuff, man. You can't beat that. You can't beat that. And because of that, trying to show he's a regular person like everybody else, and listen, Trump's not. Trump's very well off, unlike most of us, but he understands us. He understands people like us. He understands middle-class people because he's been around them his whole life, working in his hotels, working at his golf courses, and he's always taking care of them. And that's what the left views as a king. A king, King Trump. He was on Maria Bartiromo's show responding to being called a king by the leftists. Here's what he said.
Do you think that the government shutdown is all about this rally that's happening this weekend, the No Kings rally?
No, I mean, some people say they want to delay it for the king. This is
more
not
than
a king. they're saying they're referring to me as a king. I'm not a king.
Right. No, but just so that Chuck Schumer could go and say, I'm fighting Trump.
Yeah, well, Chuck is, at the end of the line. He's being beaten by everybody that they poll against him. And, what he did is he did the right thing a couple of years ago on something like this. And he got hurt by his party. And it doesn't, I don't think it matters to him. I think he's just so dead that he'll do anything. I think they could just stay out forever. I mean, to be honest with you. Now, what we're doing is we're cutting Democrat programs that we didn't want because, they made one mistake. They didn't realize that gives me the right to cut programs that Republicans never wanted. Giveaways, welfare programs, etc. And we're doing that, and we're cutting them permanently. We're cutting a $20 billion project that Schumer fought for 15 years to get, and I'm cutting the project. The project is going to be dead. It's pretty much dead right now.
There was a gift, honestly, from the left to the Trump administration shutting down the government. But what Maria Bartiromo is talking about there is this idea that the Democrats were shutting the government down for reasons such as, let's wait until the No Kings rally is over. They thought that they'd be able to do this No Kings rally and it would be a show of strength and it would scare the Republicans into backing off, cutting the waste, abuse, and fraud from the healthcare system, and they could continue to fund the illegal immigrants. But it did the opposite, because everybody that was at the No Kings rally, they're at the final stages of their life. And that's got to be concerning for the left to know that based on all the white hair that was in the crowds and all the old people, they've only got 15, 20 years left before they kick the bucket. And it's crazy.
My poor aunt. Yeah.
But he's like, I'm not a king. I don't know what everybody's talking about. But that's exactly what they did. They were trying to hold out, outside of Chuck Schumer, who is trying to fight for his political life. They ended up coming together and saying, let's do this No Kings rally, and then on the other side, we'll figure out where we're going to go. But we'll show them that we're the ones in charge. There was an interview on the No Kings rally or the aftermath of the No Kings rally, and one of the Trump administration officials went on CNBC and talked about that they're now seeing the Democrats crack and the government will be open soon.
Well, first of all, the president has been very active throughout this process, but it's also his position that this is a thing that the Senate needs to work out. A lot of our friends in the Senate have said that it was just bad optics for Democrats to open the government before the No Kings rally, and that now there's a shot that this week things will come together and very quickly the moderate Democrats will move forward and get us an open government, at which point we could negotiate whatever policies they want to negotiate with regular order. Now, I was very pleased to see that my friend Senator Shaheen from New Hampshire, a very sound-minded Democrat, came out and supported opening the government on Friday. So it means that there's sort of cracks in the Schumer armor. I think the Schumer shutdown is likely to end sometime this week. But I can tell you that if the story that we've been basically hearing from moderates that, look, we just can't do it in front of the No Kings rally, if that ends up not being true, then I think that the White House is going to have to look very closely, along with Russ Vought, at stronger measures that we could take to bring him to the table.
Yeah, just start cutting more programs. That's fine with us. Start cleaning it up, baby. There's never been, this is an unprecedented opportunity to clean up an overzealous government where there are far too many people working, far too many departments, far too much waste, fraud, and abuse within the government. Clean it up, man. Now's the time. You've never had a time better than this. So if they don't want to open the government, that's fine. The Trump administration continues to find ways to keep things running, to keep our troops paid. They've got a plan together to get the troops paid at the end of this month, which would have been their second paycheck since the government shut down. It's good. We're all good. Y'all keep doing whatever you want to do, and we'll continue to do whatever we're going to do. I am here for it. They are no longer, and you notice, you didn't hear a whole lot over the weekend because once they got on the other side of the No Kings rally, they're all looking at each other like, what now? You hadn't heard a lot about a government shutdown over the past few days because they're realizing that, hey, we got to do something. It's almost like they want you to forget that there's a government shutdown so they can just quietly open it back up and pretend like it never happened. That's pretty much what they got left. You just got to pretend like it never happened. That's my advice to Democrats today. 205-545-9950. Quick break. We'll be back right after this. Back at it. Here we go. Telling you about Mandu. Mandu.com. Mandu.com. I love me some Mandu. Got my workout in Friday. Normally I'd be going today, but just can't make it up there today. And that's okay with them. They just want you to fit it in when you can. 15-minute workout. You're in and out of there in no time. You got your own personal trainer It will make all the difference in the world for you. You'll be building muscle. You'll be losing weight. You'll be feeling better, looking better, all because you committed to trying out Mandu. And you'll be working out with me one day. You might. You might end up working out with me, or Damien goes up there, and all kind of people doing Mandu. And you can do it as well. I know not a lot of people think about working out and being healthy this time of year because you got Thanksgiving and Christmas and it's cold outside or whatever. But now is actually the time to get on top of it. That way, you're not behind the 8 ball when it comes to New Year's resolutions. You don't have to worry about a New Year's resolution because you're already doing it. You're already on top of it, working out, getting your health in order. If you've got problems such as bad back, bad knees, bad shoulders, that's nothing for Mandu. They actually help you work out with those ailments even better. Cramming 15-minute workout, which would take you 4 to 6 hours in a gym to accomplish every time you go. Go once, twice, 3 times a week, whatever works for you. But the big thing is, I want you to make sure you try it out. You can sign up for a free session at mandu.com, MANDUU.com. Click that button that says claim your free session, set a day, set a time, show up over there in Homewood, and they'll be waiting on you. Mandu.com. 205-438-6003 if you want to call them. Just make sure you mention me when you talk to them. 205-438-6003. Mandu, baby. I love me some Mandu. Yeah. We talked about, and Tony, you remember this. I think it was Thursday we did a show, and we talked about George Santos.
Yes. Yeah.
George Santos, former representative from New York, and he was a newbie, and he came in, and he was attacked viciously. Some of it was his own making, but he was attacked by the left hard, and it was weird because he wasn't your stereotypical Republican. He was this obvious gay guy from New York that came in there and had one of the most, if not the most, conservative voting records. The only downside for him is that he lied about some stuff like who he was, in the sense of that he said he worked for Goldman Sachs and he said he was Jewish and just all these other weird things. Why he said those things, I don't know, if he thought he would get him elected more so or what.
He was just trying to be like a Democrat.
He was trying to be like a Democrat. That's what he was doing. So he gets in there, he gets elected, and next thing you know, the DOJ comes after him on things like campaign finance violations, and they end up throwing this man in jail for 7 years. And ever since he's been in jail, he's been in solitary confinement. A very unfair punishment when you look at, say, Diddy getting 4 years and George Santos got 7 years. Well, the good news is Donald Trump has issued a pardon or a commutation of George Santos's prison sentence. And now he's out. And why this is important, many of y'all be like, what do we care about George Santos for? Before he went to prison, he was giving out some juicy details about what's going on in Congress. And now that his sentence has been commuted, I'm hoping, I don't know if he will or not, but I'm hoping he will make his way back to the podcast scene and start dropping dirt like he was, because we want to know all the juicy details, all of them, unless it's like a Nancy Pelosi orgy. Then he can keep that to himself. But the other stuff, we want it. Quick break. Back after this. Y'all hang tight. Back at it. The line, Talk 99.5, talk995.com, IndrewMcLean.com, Underdog Fantasy. Now, it's good that I got Tony here because Tony plays Underdog as well. And maybe, I don't know how you felt, Tony. We got on a losing streak there for a minute, but we're picking it back up.
Yeah, I'm down a little bit, but not terrible. I'm doing all right.
It's so much fun, man, when you invest, your actual money, but you emotionally invested in a game that maybe you wouldn't have cared about in the past. That's what I love, especially NFL. NFL really gives me that reason to watch all the games or whatever games are on TV. If there's a game that's currently on, you can actually make picks after the game started. You can fill it out a little bit, see how you think it's going to go, make those picks, win real money. I won 2 of them yesterday, one for like 56 and another one for 41. And listen, I'm just picking players. I'm picking if they're going to go higher or lower on things like touchdowns, receiving yards, rushing yards, passing yards, whatever it is. You make those picks and you can win real money. You get your interest right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. How you going to beat that, buddy? So download the app. Use my promo code HEYNOW, HEYNOW. Download the app today. Sign up with the promo code HEYNOW to score $100 in bonus funds or bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code HEYNOW, all one word. Underdog, make plays, win money. Must be 19 or older and present in Alabama. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. It's that easy. We have a blast, though, playing Underdog.
Yeah, it was fun winning that 300 a couple weekends ago. That was a good one.
Yeah, that's right. You had a big one the other day.
Yep.
Forgot about that. So, y'all get in it. And what I love about it is the fact that it's so easy to share your picks. Like, we put picks together. You can text them to your friends. You're just texting a link, and they click on the link. It puts those same picks in their app, and then, put your money on there, how much you want to use, and boom.
Yeah, it's really fun to play, and plus it enhances the game because it's just like you're that much more into it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good. It's good stuff. So let me go back to George Santos real quick. So George Santos is a guy, I feel like he's got the goods. Maybe I'm wrong about this, but I played you last week clips of him talking to Tucker Carlson about weird things going on in Congress, like, sex happening underneath the building in the cages, as they call it. You also heard Tim Burchett from Tennessee talking about that there's rumors of just weird things going on between members and even orgies. Think about all these old wrinkly people in Congress having orgies all piled up on each other, looking like a stack of dirty laundry. Just disgusting. These people are disgusting. But that may be true. If you remember, what was the guy in the wheelchair's name that was a congressman? Madison Hawthorne. Remember, he came out and said that he was being invited to orgies by members of Congress as well, which I always thought was weird. Like, you're a congressman, you're into weird gay orgies or whatever. You're like, hey, let's go see if the guy in the wheelchair wants to get it.
Yeah, you're like paralyzed from the waist down.
He's paralyzed from the waist down. What are you planning on doing, buddy? What are you gonna do? Anyway,
they pulverized him. He was gone after that.
He did. He got out of there. They started attacking him hard because he was spilling the beans, and that's where it correlates with George Santos, because George Santos was saying the same thing. And he got the Madison Cawthorn treatment. They ran him out of town, and they threw him in prison. So good for, whatever you think of Santos. Good for Donald Trump for commuting his sentence. I think he deserves it. And I hope he lives a long, happy life of whatever weird stuff that George Santos himself likes to do. He actually posted on Twitter. He said, he said, Yesterday, I was given something I never thought I'd have again, a true second chance at life, a chance to grow, a chance to change, and to walk a better path. First and foremost, I want to thank our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for never abandoning me. I'm far from perfect. I've made mistakes. I've stumbled, but I've never lost faith in him. His grace carried me when I couldn't carry myself, and for that, I am eternally grateful. He says, I also want to express my deepest gratitude to President Donald J. Trump. Earlier today, I had the honor of speaking with him personally, a conversation I will never forget. In that moment, I saw not only the strength of a great leader, but the heart of a man who believes in mercy, in redemption, and in the promise that America gives everyone, the promise of a second chance. His kindness, his humanity, and his generosity toward my family and me touched me deeply. President Trump reminded me that in this country we love so much, no mistake, no hardship, and no fall from grace can take away the possibility of renewal. His faith in second chances reignited my own, and for that, I will be forever thankful. He says, to my friends who stood by me through it all and fought for me when I couldn't, thank you. Your support, your prayers, and your advocacy, there we go, for me meant more than I can ever express. I won't name names because I'd hate to leave anyone out, but please know that your kindness will stay with me for the rest of my life, and I can now truly say that you can make friends whom are real in D.C. I also want to make one thing clear. I hold no anger toward anyone, not even my critics. I move forward with humility, with gratitude, and with peace in my heart. Life is too short to waste on bitterness or vengeance. There will be no revenge, no retribution. We are all Americans, and at the end of the day, we all want the same thing, a better, fairer country for everyone. Inspired by President Trump's work towards peace in the Middle East, I am dedicating myself to doing good, to building bridges instead of walls. My focus will be on prison reform and accountability, ensuring that those in power uphold the dignity and humanity of every person in their care. No one should ever be dehumanized or degraded like I was by the FCI, Ferreton, Warden Kelly, and Assistant Warden Nobil. As I step into this next chapter of my life, I do so with lessons learned and eyes open. I do not carry shame. I carry purpose. My goal now is to turn my past into something meaningful, to help create a justice system that truly believes in rehabilitation and second chances. Yes, I am back, but I am back as a new man, ready to work and do good. That's interesting because sounds like he's got some stories of mistreatment from prison, which is what we've been talking about last week ever since I watched that documentary. It seems that maybe he's got a similar story.
He seems focused.
He called out the warden and the assistant warden of that prison, saying that they were dehumanizing people, not rehabilitating people, which they should be doing. Especially, I mean, if they got a life sentence with no chance of parole or on death row, okay, yeah, you don't have to rehabilitate them, but people that are going to get back out on the streets, you know, we often wonder why, you know, people can spend so many years in prison, get out and just reoffend so quick.
Yeah.
And a big part of that is because of what they live the entire time that they're in prison. It's almost, you know, still a life of crime, of breaking the rules, of not having really structure or rehabilitation that one would need in order to, you know, get out and in the streets and be a new person, be a contributing member of society. That doesn't happen. And actually, the left, as you can imagine, they're very upset that George Santos had his prison sentence commutated. Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, went on ABC's This Week. I think Jonathan Karl is the host of this show, and he asked Mike Johnson, why did he let Santos out of jail?
Let me ask you about the president's pardon of George Santos. What do you make of that? The president has the right under the Constitution for pardon and commutation, of course. We believe in redemption. This is a personal belief of mine, and I hope Mr. Santos makes the most of his second chance. I mean,
but how about the fact that the president, in issuing the pardon, or it's clemency, I'm sorry, the clemency, he said at least Santos had the courage, conviction, and intelligence to always vote Republican. I looked through this. There have now, I think we have a list of them, 10 former Republican members of Congress who the president has either pardoned or issued clemency for. 10.
Okay, you want to talk about what Joe Biden did with that power?
No,
he pardoned his own family. The only thing he signed, by the way, with his own pen, everything else is auto pen.
Yeah, but
categories of hardened criminals that they just released from prison. At least President Trump is fully transparent. He goes out and explains his rationale to the American people. Is it okay for him to say
essentially I'm pardoning somebody because they always had the courage?
That's not the reason he pardoned.
Conviction and intelligence to always vote Republican.
That's one snippet of what he said among many things about George Santos.
But should that be a factor in pardoning somebody? That they vote Republican?
I don't think
or
it was.
Clemency?
No, I don't think it was. I just think he's talking about this individual and his past, and at least he's open and transparent about it. Joe Biden never told us anything, and frankly, we're not even sure he knew who he's pardoning on any of those things.
No, he had no idea who he was pardoning. Well, why you letting George Santos out? Oh, he's a Republican. I mean, come on. First of all, I mean, D.C. is full of crooks anyway, so what's the big deal? You know? And there were hardened criminals that were let go by the Biden administration. And that's what always amazes me about the media is they have such a short memory when it comes to what their own people do. And yes, the Democrat Party are the people of the mainstream media. It's like everything that just happened over the past 4 years, they completely forget and have no regard for looking like absolute hypocrites in bringing up a topic such as this one. To be like, why did you pardon George Santos? He's a bad man. He said he was Jewish. He's a bad man. He's not Jewish. He's just Jewish. People are ridiculous.
Yeah.
Out of control. But good. Listen, at the end of the day, good for George Santos. I've got obviously my own ideas or my own wishes for George Santos and what he does going forward. I think the prison reform aspect is a fascinating one, and I hope he has much success with that. But I also hope that he comes on the Over the Line podcast or the Line Show and talks about all those freaky things happening in Congress. You think we could pull that off, actually?
We could definitely ask,
Reach out to him and, that would be so good. We'd be like, listen, we're a very pro George Santos radio show in Birmingham. Would you please come on? We want to talk about prison reform. I'd talk about prison reform with him. If he'd give us like an hour, I would talk to him about that and all the orgy parties going on in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, I'm just curious who in power he was talking about that managed to just down him so fast. Like he, out of nowhere, next thing you know, he's the devil.
Yep. We need the goods. We need the goods, Santos. Get them to us.
Yep.
Get them to us. 205-545-9950 if you want to get in. 545-9950. Let me take this break. Coming back on the other side with more of The Line. Hang tight. All right, so let's do this. Let's play. If you hosted an orgy, what congressperson would you invite? Who's your top 5 members of Congress you're inviting to your own orgy?
Oh, there's Luna.
Anna Paulina Luna. That's one.
I believe she would be up there somewhere.
Let's see.
I'm trying to think.
Boebert, I guess. Is she still in Congress, or
she might make the cut? You can leave her name on the top. So
yeah, she's a little.
Yeah, I think she is.
She's a little handsy. She'd probably fit right in, actually.
Yeah. What about that Massey one? She's kind of weird, but
Massey,
not Massey.
Mace. Nancy Mace.
Yeah.
Nah. She'll end up taking pictures and show them at a hearing with Congress or something.
Yeah.
You can't invite her.
No.
AOC.
No.
No.
I couldn't. No.
What about any guys? Are you inviting any guys?
No. Chicks only.
Chicks only. I'm gonna put that one on JB too. I'm gonna ask him tomorrow. I'm say, hey, who would you pick? We could just put a picture of them all up on the screen and have him on the podcast pick one.
True.
Pick. He's got to pick 5 though.
Probably go for like Marsha Blackburn or something.
Probably would. Probably. Let's see where we at. We're at Alabama Men's Clinic. If you're going to go to an orgy, you got to be able to. You know what I'm saying? You got to be able to get it up. There's no doubt about it. And as men get older, your body produces less testosterone. It's just a fact of life, and it's nothing to be embarrassed about. It's nothing to be ashamed of. And it's nothing to just live with. Don't just continue to live with it. Go to Alabama Men's Clinic and let them help you come up with a plan to get it fixed. They've got all the plans, and they specialize it for you because everybody's different. And so when you go to Alabama Men's Clinic, they do some lab work. They get the results. They give you the consultation, and they figure out what's next when it comes to Peyronie's disease, and when it comes to erectile dysfunction, or maybe you're finishing the race too early, if you know what I'm saying, or maybe you're struggling with weight loss. All of these things, Alabama Men's Clinic handles. You can go take a low T quiz on their website. It's very easy to do, and then you'll know whether or not you're a good candidate. You can also chat with them on the website and book appointments. You can do everything on their website. Just make sure you go there, alabamamensclinic.com. That's alabamamensclinic.com. But if you want to call them, make sure you tell them your boy sent you. 205-598-7000. That's 205-598-7000. Online again, alabamamensclinic.com. Alabama. Oh, now people on the text line are giving us their picks for the congressional.
Is that
order.
bad of me to think of Dale Jackson every time I hear Alabama Men's Clinic?
No.
Okay, all right.
I'm sure.
I don't know why. I just see his face.
He used to say, I don't have low T, but you might.
Dead giveaway.
Dead giveaway. Bubba Rumble says, I would do Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene at his. Okay.
Actually, the one from Alabama's not that bad looking.
Katie Britt? I can't. I feel too ashamed to bring
that
Katie
would be
Britt
weird.
into this.
Yeah.
Katie Britt may be listening. Her people probably are listening. We don't want to bring her in. Plus, she's married to a big dude that could really.
She's a nice looking woman.
Her husband would kill everybody at the party. We don't want that. Anyway, that's a disgusting thought. I don't even know why we're talking about it. I don't even know why that got
You're
brought
the one
up.
that.
Oh, is it me? Did I bring it up?
Yeah.
I thought George Santos brought it up.
In his own way.
I just thought I was just really still so confused on the Madison Cawthorn deal. It doesn't make any sense. But they just heard he was
kept
a party.
His mouth shut.
Maybe
still be there.
Maybe they were just taking like drink trays and just putting them in his lap and have him roll around handing out drinks or something, and hors d'oeuvres, handing out snacks, cheese and wine. No, let's see. No-Toe Roofing for you one more time as well. NOTO roofing.com. NOTO roofing.com. 205-848-2299 will get you that free roof inspection. And if you got a roof, you need an inspection, because if you got problems, it's only going to get worse as time goes on. Don't let it just get worse. Get it handled by these guys. If they find something wrong, they're going to fix it for you if you want them to. They'll help you file the insurance claim and everything else. Their goal is to always, and they deal with these insurance companies every day, their goal is to get you to pay as little as possible if you have to have any major work done, if you have to get a new roof or anything of that nature. They work for you. They want this as easy on you as possible. Noto does it best. 205-848-2299 and online notoroofing.com. I saw The View on, I guess this was Friday. They were pondering as to why Republicans don't come on their show. Or I couldn't tell if they were talking about why Republicans don't come on their show or why they don't invite Republicans on their show. Now, this is, of course, pre-No Kings rally, but listen to what they said.
But that's the great thing about The View. You know, we want people to come and give their views. And everyone who comes here, we try to be respectful, and we ask tough questions. We ask tough questions because we're otherwise speculating.
Right.
So we can ask. Go ahead, Joe.
I was going to say that I think that we should have more Republicans on the show, but they don't want to come on.
Wait, let me get this right. Whoopi just said we want to bring other people on, otherwise we're just speculating. Isn't that what they do every episode?
That's the only view.
We're otherwise speculating.
Right.
So we can ask. Go ahead, Joe.
I was going to say that I think that we should have more Republicans on the show, but they don't want to come on. They're scared of us.
Oh, my God. Okay.
It's like Marjorie Taylor Greene says that she finds the Republican men afraid of powerful women. Well, that may be true of all the political persuasions.
That's why you don't get invited to the orgy.
But if they would come on this show and they can explain to us what they're trying to do to this country.
And we've had some good ones,
it.
but like I always think it's helpful when we have like Ted Cruz. I think we should have. We've invited Mike Johnson. Thomas Massey's been super interesting. There's some more Republicans
Has anyone ever come on? No.
Well, Cruz has, but I'd like to have him back on.
Yeah, Ted Cruz has come on, and I think it would be wonderful.
She don't even remember who's been on the show. Nope. Has Ted Cruz ever come on? No. I mean, who would want to? That's absolutely an awful thought.
I'm just glad nobody invited Joy Behar to their own orgy.
That's right. Don't do that. I'm out of here. Leland Live is up next. I'll be back in studio tomorrow. Y'all have a fantastic rest of your day. And until next time, see you guys!